Oh wait, fuck! I forgot. I forgot to check if my mic's working. Try. Test. Okay. Yeah, it's working. Alright, I'm gonna let the music play a bit and go. Oh, my food's almost ready. Yeah, I'll wait for my food to actually start the stream. You know what we're gonna do? This and add actually, you know what, let's put up the panopticon cameras. Go make some tea. I'm fucking blasted. How do they do it? It's probably too loud. How do they do it? The fucking streaming for 50 million hours and actually and still have a functioning brain, or maybe they don't have a functioning brain. Maybe that's the secret. Hello. Fuck, you know what? No tea. No tea. I don't need caffeine. I don't need anything. This stream has started. This train is rolling. Let's see what's happened. As far as I haven't looked at any news today. I want to wean myself off of the whole breaking news meta, etc., etc. It's pretty obvious. Ukraine hasn't fallen yet. So there's that. It's pretty clear, however, just looking real fast at it, that Russia has made some really big advances. Russian tanks on the way to Mariupol. When was this? 6 hours ago. Oof. Russian military deployed at former Berdyansk airport. 8 hours ago, Russian military near Osipenko village near Berdyansk. Russian tanks heading to Mariupol. Okay. Oh, this is something, as I didn't come up with it because I'm like supposedly some kind of military expert. This is something we knew was going to happen from the analysis of other experts, and it seems logical. The establishment of a land corridor to connect Crimea to Russia. This is obviously a very strategic, very important strategic objective for Russia in the war. So Mariupol is probably going to be the target of a lot of fighting, depending on how strong the resistance is. Multiple dead among civilian population as a result of MLRS attack on Sertana. Yeah, that's something we saw yesterday. Is that Russia has given itself the an excuse to shell civilian targets, to shell cities. I mentioned it in yesterday's stream. The tweet from the Russian Defense Ministry claiming that the Ukrainian army was setting up artillery inside cities. Whether true or not doesn't matter. The real goal of that tweet is very simple. It's to give Russia a plausible deniability in shelling cities, in shelling civilian targets. Siren sounding in Kyiv 9 minutes ago. Alright, this is interesting. European Union countries have decided to ban all Russian airlines from their airspace. Airlines of EU nations over Russian airspace called back, fearing an immediate Russian response. So I think this one's pretty important because of the... It doesn't change what was already happening, but as we've seen until now was like individual countries banning like Russian private planes, stuff like that. Now it's an actual EU policy that's been set up. Music loud? Oh, sorry. There we go. That's better. Actually, it's still loud. Yeah, I wasn't paying. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the audio levels. Is it okay now? Are we just on background noise level? Yeah, so EU countries banning all Russian airlines is basically the next step from what we were seeing, which was like UK banning private airplanes, some other countries banning private airplanes. Now it's an actual joint official diplomatic action from the EU. Difference might not seem that important, but it really is, in my opinion. 71 people were injured, 25 civilians, 3 children. Russia is also destroying the infrastructure of our cities. Oh, this is from Kyiv. Yeah. So once again, this is what I was talking about earlier for people joining in. Yesterday, this tweet kind of seemed innocuous, or at least I didn't see anyone else really talking about it. When the Russian Ministry of Defense tweeted claiming that the Ukrainian army was setting up artillery inside their cities, it was for one single goal only. It is to justify attacks on what are basically civilian targets, cities. those kinds of claims are very important in war, and we've seen them be postulated and then denied, pushed both ways. For example, in the Israeli-Palestinian conflicts, because if true, then they give the justification to consider what is true. Oh, sorry, my food's here. They consider. Okay, so if true, and I honestly doubt they're true. If true, those claims give a justification to no longer consider what are civilian targets as civilian targets. This brings me back to something that I haven't seen people say either. And I'm not saying this to like concern troll. It's like I 100% respect. And as someone who's pro-Ukraine in this conflict, I acknowledge the necessity for when Ukraine calls for civilians to take up arms, calls for civilians to take up insurgent tactics, Molotov cocktails on convoys, etc. However, I genuinely, when I've seen those tweets, I saw everyone was celebrating them. I had a genuine a concern moment of wondering if Russia is then going to instrumentalize those tweets to justify, well, war crimes against civilians. The sad truth is that once those insurgent tactics start coming into play, and once again, we've seen this, for example, with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or even when the U.S. was in Afghanistan and Iraq, civilian targets start becoming. I'm not saying fair game in that I think they're fair game. I'm saying fair game from the perspective of the assailant. Civilian targets start becoming fair game. I don't think this is a good thing. Once again, I want to. But I'm a bit worried that might be an evolution in the war is heading towards. I'm gonna check out this article. Major shift: Germany will send weapons to Ukraine. Okay, yeah, I saw that Germany finally. I have the article open here, or the Reddit post rather. Full consensus for the SWIFT disconnection. So yeah, so basically sanctions ramping up to 200%. What they've been calling the economic nuclear option has been pulled. Yeah, France is promising is providing more military equipment to Ukraine as well here. Let me go get a fork. I'll be right back. Oh, 40 minutes ago, Russia launched a violent attack on Kharkiv city. Yeah, the siege of Kharkiv seems brutal. If you've been following the regular updates, it has been going back and forth. Not back and forth. Rather, it has been in the site of constant conflict throughout the whole. Well, now we're in the third day of the war. This also seems to fit. It's probably too early to call it make any speculation on whether that's a general strategy or just something more of a coincidence. But the Russian army seems to privilege nighttime attacks. This was my favorite tweet of today. Sounds like a lot of bullshit to me. Oh yeah, I was gonna go over this Twitter thread in a bit. I was going to go over it, Nept. So this is a really interesting Twitter thread. I've been somewhat pessimistic about Ukraine's chances. Pessimistic, not in the sense that I think Ukraine's defeat is guaranteed, as some people have been saying. I genuinely believe they do have a chance of winning this war. Once again, it's a defensive war. Their win condition is much simpler than Russia's. However, from far away, it seemed to look like Russia has a much stronger army. Now, someone brought to my attention this Twitter thread that is really interesting. So yeah, this is from former Chief of Defense of Estonia, member of European Parliament, Riho Teras, Deputy Coordinator for the EP Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence, and European Parliament Committee on Agriculture, Committee on Industry, Research, Telecoms. Viva Ukraina, out Russia and out invader Putin. Slava Ukraina. From the EPP Group Party. So
I could masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs
out. Hey, Jake,
out.
slowly see. Thanks for the follow, Rei de la Repubblica. What'd he say at the end? Okay, I'll check it out after. Any updates? I just started the stream. I'm kind of catching up. I haven't followed any of the news today, so I'm kind of in the dark, just catching up. I'll go back to live UA map if you want to see like the progress of the war. But I wanted to cover this. I think there's some aspects of the. I haven't read it. I haven't pre-read it, but I am actually. I only read like the first like couple tweets to get an idea of what this is. I'm trying to keep it off my mind, to be honest. Yeah, me too. On just a purely human level, covering this for what basically was 25 hours out of 48 hours, I cannot continue with the whole breaking news meta, or at least today I really needed the break. So yeah, I feel you, man. I understand you totally. So this is a Twitter thread. Intel from a Ukrainian officer about a meeting in Putin's lair in the Urals. Oligarchs convened there so no one would flee. Putin is furious. He thought that the whole war would be easy and everything would be done in 1 to 4 days. If this is true, this changes everything about how we can view Ukraine's status in this war. Russians didn't have a tactical plan. The war costs about $20 billion a day. There are rockets for 3 to 4 days at most. They use them sparingly. They lack weapons. The Tula and 2 Rotenberg plans can't physically fulfill the orders for weapons. Rifles and ammo are the most they can do. The next Russian weapons can be produced in 3 to 4 months, if even that. They have no raw materials. What was previously supplied mainly from Slovenia, Finland, and Germany is now cut off. If Ukraine manages to hold the Russians off for 10 days, then the Russians will have to enter negotiations, because they have no money, weapons, or resources. Nevertheless, they are indifferent about the sanctions. Alpha Spec Ops have been near Kyiv since the 18th of February. The goal was to take Kyiv and install a puppet regime. They are preparing provocations against innocent civilians, women and children, to sow panic. This is the trump card. Russia's whole plan relies on panic, that the civilians and armed forces surrender and Zelensky flees. They expect Kharkiv to surrender first, so the other cities would follow suit to avoid bloodshed. The Russians are in shock at the fierce resistance they have encountered. The Ukrainians must avoid panic. The missile strikes are for intimidation. The Russians fire them at randomly to accidentally hit residential buildings, to make the attack look larger than it really is. Ukraine must stay strong and we must provide assistance. Spread this information so the world would realize how important it is to assist Ukraine right now and without hesitation. It is difficult for Russia, but it is difficult for Ukraine as well, if the West does not provide meaningful support. So I am skeptical of this. Did someone say breaking news? Yeah. I am skeptical of this. This is just a Twitter thread. This is hearsay. I don't doubt that Riho Taras is a reliable source himself, as a former chief of defense of Estonia, and that he himself has reliable sources. But it is intel from a Ukrainian officer about a meeting in Putin's lair. So we are more than 2 steps removed from the actual original source. That being said, if this is true, Ukraine's position is really strong. Why? So now I explained why I think you need to take this with a grain of salt. But flipping it around, if this is true, then it also explains some of the strategy that that Russia has been employing. So what we covered in the first 24 hours was multiple airdrops, dropping Russian special forces in Gostomel Airport, for example, and then in Vasilkiv Air Base, which apparently, according to UA live maps, is perhaps under Russian control. Am I going to play Elden Ring later? Yes. This kind of strategy, where you're airdropping elite troops to take control of an airbase right next to the right next to the target, the opponent's capital, you're obviously seeking to decapitate the country right off the bat. I think it's pretty clear. If the Russians had managed to hold on to Gostomel Airport and reinforce their troops that got airdropped there, they would have had a foothold right on Kyiv's doorstep, which they now have. But they had to fight for it. That already is a huge difference. They would have had a foothold right off the bat from the first hours of the conflict, which they did not get. Anyways, why I'm talking about those attempts, I'm talking about them because if we read them in the light of this leak, then they actually explain the strategy. They actually explain why you would throw elite troops without proper support for like a Zerg rush at your opponent's base. You're trying to win the war in a couple days, maximum. That's what it looks like. Now, without that information, my reading of that is more like a calculated risk type of operation, where if Russia is not as if Russia is not as desperate as those as the Riho Taras is claiming, then it's still plausible to engage in those kinds of tactics. It's kind of like low probability, but if it fails, you haven't lost that much, and if it succeeds, then you win a lot. You end the war before before taking that many casualties, etc. So there's two ways of reading the whole situation in light of this, and what's happened still is plausible either way. I'm interested if other sources will come to corroborate this or not. That would definitely corroboration from other reliable sources would definitely lend it a lot of weight. In any case, once again, if this is true, this changes everything. Chelsea Manning is saying something similar. Interesting. If this is true, this changes everything. If this is true, Ukraine is in many ways winning the war already. Make sure to keep yourself mentally okay, dude. I'm assuming it's been a lot to cover all this heavy shit. I appreciate your word, but make sure to keep yourself okay. Yeah, I took a self-care day today. Well, actually, what I did, I'm gonna leave for a week next Sunday. Oh yeah, I should have told you. I'm not gonna be. I forgot to post in Discord. I got distracted. I won't be able to play next Sunday and the Sunday after that on the for the Warhammer game. I'm gonna be should Mongolia join the war? I'm gonna be leaving to the Alps to go skiing with friends. I'll try to IRL stream it, by the way. I'll take my laptop too, so I'll be able to stream from my laptop, and I'll be able to IRL stream from my phone if the signal is good enough for that. I would love to like IRL stream going down the snow and
I could
everything.
be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks so much for the follow, Otter569. But anyways, why am I saying that? Oh yeah, because today with Sophie we went shopping. Today with Sophie we went shopping for the ski stuff. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get back to Ukraine, but I actually want to show off the sick jacket I bought. It's actually fucking it's so fucking good. The Ukraine Frontline Reporter stream when? Yeah. Ah, look at this, man. I'm gonna be warm and fucking sexy on the field in the mountains. Check this out. Sheesh, I got the drip. I got the drip for that ski session. It is comfy. This is not the World War III waiting room, it's the Elden Ring waiting room. True. You just need some sick glasses? I got them. Well, I mean, they're not glasses, because I need actual glasses on my eyes. I don't have lenses. But wait, I gotta take this off. I got invited by Stardust to come and talk about Ukraine on her show, but I gotta work. Hey, you could recommend the other Ukraine expert you know. A certain guy called Name Manon. Or Chow. Look at this. Look at this, dude. I'm gonna be sick. All right, enough with the fashion show. I had to show it off. I'm so fucking stoked. I'm waiting for Elden Ring from the guy who's just stalling. I know. Yeah, I can keep my glasses on under that, which is the most important part. So, look at this burger Asui going skiing. Wait, what were you trying to write, Odin? Burger Asui? I have no clue what you tried to write there. Anyways. Stalling by talking about war, yeah. Hey KZUs, how are you doing? Honestly, Naaman would be better for Star. Star would be allergic to my takes. Maybe it would be good content. I don't know. But yeah. I made the mistake of butting in into the Chow Sunsol Twitter drama earlier. And I peaced out. This is me again, the person who does not know English. Oh shit. Your English seems good. Sorry, I didn't hear your schedule. Yeah, I'm playing tomorrow, Skiz. I can play tomorrow. I can play tomorrow, but not next week. True, sending Chow in there. I don't want to burn bridges. Sonsol had dumb takes, however. Yeah, what I saw was I didn't go like all the way back. I just didn't know how much time to dedicate. Oh, Kizius, we already have the translation underneath. Yeah, Sunso went for full Warlord, I know. It's, I commented on it. I told him what he's saying is fucking vile. But, spasiba, Kizius, spasiba. Also, we don't know, we don't know if this is fully true, Kizius. It might be true. In fact, well, Riho Terras would be himself a very reliable source. But it's intel from a Ukrainian officer about a meeting in Putin's lair. So this intel has, it's not like it's like third or fourth hand reporting. We will see. Sorry, I gotta take my pills. I saw that, but it seems peak copium. Well, it might be. Like I don't want to spread misinformation. I don't want to show this and be like, this is the truth or this is fake. We don't know. Ruski? Da. If true, it changes everything. If false, then we're still in the same situation we were in. But yeah, concerning JXWC. Oh yeah, also saying Chow in there, I don't want to burn bridges. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Sonso's dumb takes. Yeah, the Warlord stuff is cringe. Please make a transcription so that I can translate the words. I understand very poorly. Oh, a transcription of this? Do you mean you want the tweet, Kizius? This is the Twitter convo. Yeah, just giving my professional and highly reliable 5-star YouTube general assessment. Yep. Hey, everyone's a war expert now. What do you mean? What is written there in principle looks like the truth. We ourselves do not know all the moments. Okay. This morning I debated someone that wanted to send NATO troops to Ukraine. People are so cringe. Yeah. Yeah, and I liked and retweeted your tweet there. It's like, it's a pretty good summary of what are the two worst takes you can have in this situation. And so many people have one or the other. It's insane. I'm a war expert. I have 2,000 hours in Hearts of Iron 4. Yeah. But I know that Chechen troops are already in Ukraine. Yeah, we saw that yesterday, that that Russia was deploying Chechen battalions in Ukraine. Absolutely. Okay, so just looking around here, it seems like the status of the war has advanced in Ukraine's disfavor. Yesterday, when I ended the stream, the status was Russian troops seem to be mostly stuck around here, north of Crimea. So let's just look at like the different fronts one by one. They seem to be blocked by resistance at Kherson. Now, from 4 minutes ago, the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast says that Russian tanks are in Mykolaiv and are moving through the city. We did see yesterday that Ukrainian troops actually destroyed the bridge at Koblevo. So they did already anticipate that that Russian cavalry could rush around Kherson, probably through here, and reach and start attacking Odessa. That seems to be what's happening. The fact that that Mykolaiv is under attack means they went around Kherson. On the other hand, we've talked multiple times about establishing a land bridge between Crimea and the Eastern Front. How resistance in Mariupol is really important for the Ukrainian army. The Russian army seems to have advanced very far. Yesterday they were still fighting in Melitopol. Now they already have pushed past. They have captured Tokmak, and they have pushed all the way to Berdyansk. Russian military spotted near Osipenko village. So probably the Russian cavalry pushing as fast as possible across the country to besiege Mariupol. In the north, Zaporizhzhia being targeted by shelling means they already have artillery closer. Perhaps even means they have they're setting up to approach there as well. Name as the mastermind planning the Eastern Front? No. I don't remember quite where was the line on on this front. It doesn't seem to have moved much. The fight in Kharkiv still is ongoing. We're starting to see more and more indiscriminate attacks on civilian targets. Apartments being targeted. Indiscriminate shelling on cities. So that's something I was talking about earlier for anyone who joined in the last like 15 minutes. Russia has given itself justification already yesterday for attacking civilian targets. So obviously, sadly, that is what they are now doing. And finally, Kyiv is under siege and has been under siege until ever since yesterday, from this side of the Dnieper River. It's still Ukraine is still holding strong. Once again, that is the one and only win condition for Ukraine. It's to just not lose. So as far as that is concerned, things are still looking positive. However, the significant gains that the Russian forces have made with their push from Crimea, I would say, are worrying. Now, I'm no military professional, but just looking at this from like a simple gamer dumbfuck Twitch streamer RTS player, it seems like Russia has managed to achieve several key strategic objectives on the southern front. Even if they're being stalled on the rest of the fronts, it's still they still seem to have achieved several specific objectives here. RTS player, good one, I know. Okay, let me catch up with chat after this. Live news is always hard to judge. We always saw some weird fake pictures. Yes, lots of fake news going around. Videos from 2014 from Donbass. And I asked the indigenous people from Kyiv to distinguish the truth or not, since I have such. Yes, true, and good that you ask yourself. Yes. I have an ex-girlfriend from Mariupol, but she doesn't answer me much because she's offended by me. Damn. I hope she's hope she's safe. I bought the content of the OnlyFans model and she recognized it. Oh no! Oh no! She saw you subscribe to someone else's OnlyFans? Oh no. Yeah, you gotta fix that, man. You gotta fix that, okay? Hopefully they don't bomb the shit out of Odessa, beautiful city. Well, like I was saying, the bridge here leading to Yuzhny has been sabotaged by the Ukrainian army. So Odessa is safe for now. It means that the Russian army, in order to reach Odessa, either they go amphibious attack, like they have been trying in Mariupol, or let's see. They can't cross here, since this has been sabotaged. They have to go all the way around. Is this a bridge? No, this is not a bridge. They have to go all the way around to here, to Viktorivka. To around the Berezivka. And then there's... And if they don't if they don't pierce through Mykolaiv, then same, they have to like go all the way around here and like down here. So Odessa seems to be in a decent position for now. Ukraine demanded that Turkey restrict the passage of Russian warships through the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles. Yes, that is something they asked for yesterday. I don't know if Turkey accepted the request, if Turkey complied. I doubt it, but yeah, maybe we should look it up. They're gonna bomb the hell out of Kyiv. They already are. I don't know what's happening in Ukraine, but do know what's not happening. The Ghost Jet was fake, yes. Snake Island is probably fake. Maybe, I don't know. Sam Hyde isn't in Ukraine. Yeah, that's true. Yoga Aunt isn't shooting her AK at Russian soldiers. Oh yeah, I saw that picture, yeah. Zelensky army man photos are months old. Maybe. I don't know. Turkey refused? Okay. Wait, Sam Hyde isn't in the Ukraine. Together we will be cucked. Just don't lose, forehead. Yeah, that's my sixth strategic advice. The entire affair is worrying. Yeah. I mean, I meant to go to Greece in a month. How far is it? Oh shit, ciao. Wanna stop by Paris? They seized the water pipelines. Where did they do that peach pie? Russia can't hold Ukraine's all in. Well, the Freedom Convoy in Russia went rogue. Wait, what are you talking about, Funksta? Kharkiv is really badly bombed. Yeah, Kharkiv is being... and we kind of knew this was going to happen, but yes, Kharkiv is brutal. If you really want to be dumb about it, make predictions on where they are going to do pincer movements. I don't know what you mean by pincer movements, but one thing that's pretty obvious is once again, I'm no military expert, but this doesn't take a military expert to ascertain. It's that if they can, they will besiege Mariupol and establish the land bridge, and that's like a really important strategic objective. If you want to call that a pincer movement, like they're pincering Mariupol, you call that a siege because it's on a city. We all stand with Ukraine, yes. Slava Ukraina. Yeah. Lomeo Snake Island isn't fake. Search it up. You can also search Serpent Island in Romanian. It's translated Insula Sherpilor. We basically went to Haga in the process no, I don't think he's saying the island is fake. I think he's saying that he's claiming that the radio exchange is fake. Are you saying you're standing with Ukraine, yet you're not standing? True. Is there an official EU-UN response if a nation uses nukes? Not that I think Russia would, but just hypothetically. I don't think so. No. German Chancellor Scholz announces decision for Berlin to supply Stinger anti... Yeah, I saw the Germans are finally giving more than helmets. The mayor of Lviv called Molotov cocktails Bandera smoothies and urged residents to stock up on them. Yeah, the Ukraine government calls for insurgency tactics. Reports of a Russian VDV assault squad being dropped by Russian airplanes on Kyiv City. Okay. Turkey blocked the strait, but it hardly matters. Wait, did they? Okay, we're gonna have to actually like Google that, because we're getting contradictory reports here. This is the most important news on this. Mongolia tiptoes around the Russian aggression towards Ukraine. Oh, you're... And you call you... And Stardust thinks you're the expert on Ukraine. Oh my fucking god. Tell Stardust to get in here right now, Chinchilla. I'm joking. Reports of Russian... yeah. Turkey is sending aid through Poland as well. Yes. Yes, most of the aid is going through Poland anyways. Just link the random article. No, we understand you have this Mongolian agenda, Chinchilla. Stop pretending. Show us your Mongolia bucks. Bro, I have a really good video why Putin went full mental. Should I link? Sure. According to Ukrainian publications, Odessa residents have prepared Molotov cocktails, yeah. Kharkiv is read Kharkov. Oh, sorry. KH is Ha. Okay. Kharkov. Mongolia is fake. It's called the UN Security Council. Legal nuclear powers have a veto, which is to prevent a confrontation between them. Well, yeah. Yeah, but the question was, what if someone just randomly nukes someone else? What happens? And I'm pretty sure the answer to that is we don't fucking know. We're fucked, yeah. Wait. Sharkov? Do you recognize the gentleman in my image? There's a secret slayer of streams who is reported to have single-handedly banged 8 streamers' moms already. Oh no. The slayer of streams. Why is Russia what Russia wants in Ukraine? I already have made my own opinion. Why would I watch someone else's opinion? I'm obviously the only correct one, the only person who can be correct on this. What? No, I'm joking. Yeah, guns, etc. Nepal has asked both Ukraine and Russia to stop war, or they will invade both countries. Time to play the Fallout games IRL. What's your opinion for us new? What do you mean, hombre? Bro, check the video. Yeah. Did you see this important message? Oh yeah, someone linked that earlier. I didn't check it. Brand new announcement from Putin. Let's see. Breaking news. The entire world is watching. Now that we have attained such a large audience. Oh no, I know what it is. I know what it is. I've seen this meme.
Кроме того, националистические элементы, внедренные в состав регулярных украинских частей, не только подстрекают их к оказанию вооруженного сопротивления, но по сути играют и роль заградотрядов. Более того, по имеющейся информации, и это подтверждается результатами объективного контроля, мы видим это. Бендеровцы и неонацисты выставляют тяжелое вооружение, в том числе системы залпового огня, прямо в центральных районах крупных городов, включая Киев и Харьков. Они планируют вызвать ответный огонь российских ударных комплексов по жилым кварталам. По сути, они действуют так же, как и террористы во всем мире. Прикрываются людьми в надежде затем обвинить Россию в жертвах среди мирного населения. Достоверно известно, что все это происходит по...
Love how he's saying neo-Nazi when he's at the MMO part. Yeah. So, honestly, if I hadn't pre-watched this earlier today, I would have laughed. I fucking laughed at this, but I already watched it. I'm sorry. You're not gonna get my genuine reaction on that meme. Breaking news: Putin says people of St. Petersburg are Nazis. Yeah, the Nazi thing is cringe. It's really cringe. There's it said you cry because of no payment. Yeah. Think your stream got static, brother? Is there a problem with the stream? Breaking news. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. All right, you want me to check the video? I can check the video. I need to eat anyway, so we can do a bit of react. Isn't Zelensky Jewish? Yes. Destiny wouldn't like Putin because he's inconsistent. If he wants people that do genocide, he should also invade China, at least. Yeah. Stream seems fine. Okay. Anybody have a map of the proposed borders of the autonomous region? The updated borders put out by Russia. I can't find it anymore. You can probably Google it. DPR, LPR, borders. Oh, that's just an article about them. Can we, like, borders map, I guess? Oh, there you go. Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk People's Republic. Those are the borders. I don't think that's right. I don't know. This is on Wikipedia. This is literally a Wikipedia picture. Doesn't mean it's right. But it is what it is. I literally just finished watching that video. Well, now you get to see me reacting to it. The updated borders extended out and claimed further west. Oh, they changed them? Okay. Let's be real, Destiny just bathes in shit takes. He was arguing people keep track of the war because it's entertaining. Motherfucker, half the world is scared to shit. Oh, I saw the drama in Destiny's subreddit about that. Okay, so I actually have a lukewarm, nuanced take on this. But first, I'm gonna do some react content because I need to fucking eat, dude.
This video is made possible by Curiosity Stream and Nebula. Watch another brand new full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflicts series that explains the entire course of the 2008 Russian invasion of Georgia, as well as the entire war so far between Russia and Ukraine since 2014 in the Donbass. All of which you can access by signing up for the Curiosity Stream Nebula bundle deal for less than $15 a year at curiositystream.com/real-life-lore. Throughout the past few months, there has been almost constant news and coverage in the West about Russia's imminent plans to invade Ukraine.
Started large-scale military drills this morning.
And this is a very dangerous moment.
Stoking fears of an invasion.
More than 2,000 troops, according to American intelligence, sent within the 24 hours.
American citizens should leave now.
On the morning of February the 24th, these fears proved to be well-founded. Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, effectively declared war on Ukraine and authorized the Russian military to invade the country. Explosions were quickly reported afterwards across the country. And immediately prior to this declaration, the Russian army had amassed around 200,000 soldiers, along with their tanks, artillery, equipment, and field hospitals across their border, and many others inside of Belarus along their border with Ukraine. For comparison, this is
Thank you for a good meme. Wait, what meme did I do? I'm literally just eating. What did I do? I'm afraid now.
Nearly the same size as the entire Ukrainian military, at about the same number of troops sent by the United States when invading Iraq in 2003. This is certainly large enough to be an effective invasion force. Even further, the Russian government has recognized the independence of the two breakaway states inside of Ukraine, Donetsk and Luhansk, and ordered Russian troops inside of both. When factoring in the Russian military presence already stationed in Crimea, you can quickly begin seeing that the Russians have Ukraine.
Go ahead. I have a dumb meme for you guys. Since we're talking about the, since like Humber saying, trolls keep dropping the Azov battalion. If Russia is actually that concerned about the Azov battalion, why aren't they declaring war on the Sea of Azov? Think about that. Yeah, Russia got removed from SWIFT today.
Almost entirely surrounded. And now that war has broken out, it has the potential to unleash the most serious conflict seen in Europe since the Second World War. And the biggest question on everybody's mind this entire time has been this: what exactly does Vladimir Putin and Russia want with Ukraine? And the answer is, of course, it's complicated. The origins of what Putin wants today are rooted in what happened more than 3 decades ago, back in the early 1990s, when the Soviet Union first collapsed. For centuries before this event, whether as part of the Soviet Union or the Russian Empire, the modern countries we know of today as Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and others had all been a part of the same country, and their people had largely moved between all of them across generations. These places are all deeply and intimately connected by their
As a Polish person, I'm deeply offended by those borders, okay? just putting that out there. I'm not the borders, I mean. I'm deeply offended by those borders with the caption of with the ongoing caption of this is the history, those are the historical borders of the region. It's a bit more complicated than that. The African continent, and they have something to say about borders, yeah. Balkan War isn't... yeah, people also keep saying that. They fucking forget the Balkan War, too. Hi, OwnQQ, how are you doing? Finland part of it, too, yeah. Yeah, anyways. Oops.
These places are all deeply and intimately connected by their shared history, and for decades, that history involved being widely recognized as one of the world's most dominant and formidable global superpowers. But all of that changed in late 1991, when, suddenly, the sweeping United Empire that had existed in some form or another for centuries collapsed, and left in its place 15 newly independent republics. Today, the largest of them, Russia, has only half of the population that the former United Soviet Union had, and she possesses an economy that's only moderately larger than Spain's, a country with only a third of the population that ceased being a great power back in the 18th century. At the same time, the massive amounts of territories that were once dominated from the central government in Moscow have been shrinking almost continuously ever since. During the Cold War, there were 2 rival competing military alliances on the European continent: the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, in the west, and the Warsaw Pact in the east. Moscow didn't outright rule the countries of the Warsaw Pact, but they were effectively locked into Moscow's orbit as thralls or puppet states. From Moscow's perspective,
Orbiters, man. Fucking cringe. And do you know what streamers from Kiev do? They play at the casino. Hey, what are you talking about? Not that... I mean, slot streamers is a problem, but not really the subject either. I'm not fine, actually. What's going on QQ? Someone was saying that this historic border stock is bullshit because no country government has existed longer than 2 or 3 centuries. Yes. I like the way Chinchilla puts it. Chinchilla has this argument based on the fact. Chinchilla has this argument based on the fact that we no longer are in an era of nation states. The blood and soil arguments are not relevant to today's geopolitics or even to today's sentiment of belonging to a state, unless you're literally some kind of far-right nut job. We're past that. We're past that. It's obsolete. So what? A lot of people from my friend from Kiev just play games right now. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with playing games. But yeah, let's watch the video. Yeah, having static borders is argued to contribute to peace. Okay. All right. Good night. Good night, Kizius. See you.
These states provided a massive buffer against any potential military incursion from.
But we're still in the era of nation states. Depends. Well, it depends on the nations. Yeah. Okay. To be fair, I was being a bit too categorical. I accept you pushing back on that. It's but globalism directly but globalism directly contradicts those traditional conceptions of how nations should function and define themselves, and it's an ongoing issue. I'm wrong to say that's resolved, and that the side of globalism is the dominant one. So you're right. It's not like the era is over, but we are in an era of transformation of what it means to be a nation. I think that's a more nuanced take.
Their primary Cold War rivals to the west in NATO. You see, from the Netherlands in the west to the Ural Mountains in the east, this whole part of Europe is dominated by a geographic feature called the North European Plain. Almost entirely flat, the plain is shaped like a funnel, with a very narrow width in northern Germany, but with a mouth that opens up increasingly wider as it approaches the Ural Mountains. As the open plain gets wider across the east,
Open your
it
mouth
becomes
wide.
increasingly difficult to defend across its entire length. And as a result, from the perspective of any regime based in Moscow, regardless of the time period and regardless of the ideology, it is imperative to expand control westwards across as much of this open plain as possible in order to narrow the gap that they need to defend in the event of a conflict with the West. During the Cold War, the control of this plain by a regime in Moscow was at its greatest historical extent, and was exerted either outright or by proxy from the Urals all the way through East Germany. And the entire wider section of the funnel was firmly controlled by Moscow, with Austria and Finland remaining neutral and Yugoslavia a non-aligned communist state. The only fronts that Moscow at the time had to truly worry about against NATO were across the Sudeten Mountains, the Black Sea, and a narrow line across the North European plain in central Germany, all easily defensible positions. Any invasion of the Soviet world from the west across these geographic frontiers would have been incredibly difficult. But in the 30 years since 1991, the situation has changed dramatically against Moscow's favor. Today, the former Warsaw Pact territories of East Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria are all a part of NATO, while the former Soviet republics themselves of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia all are as well. This reality has pushed the NATO front lines significantly further to the east, across the wider section of the North European plain, and has separated Russian territory between the mainland and the Kaliningrad exclave here, across what's known as the Suwalki Gap. If you're sitting in the Kremlin in Moscow and you still believe that NATO is a hostile military alliance, or could become one in the future, then this situation understandably looks pretty grim. But it's not totally lost yet. In the years following the breakup of the Soviet Union, many of the newly independent republics established and joined their own military alliance called the Collective Security Treaty Organization, or CSTO, which in Europe consists of Russia, Belarus, and Armenia, but not Ukraine, which has remained a sort of neutral zone between NATO in the west and the CSTO in the east. And now, within this lens, you can easily see why Ukraine is currently and always will be a geographic core interest to Moscow. If you...
Okay. I'm gonna respond to chat a little bit. Je pose ma question en français, comme je vois que tu vis ici. C'est quel document qui est diffusé? Why is Russia invading Ukraine by real life lore? Here, let me link it to you. So I had never really thought of the geographic argument, considering the whole Ural Plains argument, considering as it relates to troop movements and that kind of stuff. Neyman, that's all I've been talking about. No, you haven't been talking about. You have talked about it being a threat. I know we haven't actually had that discussion. Let's be real. But you haven't talked about this specific like geographic argument, or if you have, it wasn't when I was there. Yes, NATO getting closer, but what he's explaining is why NATO getting closer actually presents a supplemental tactical disadvantage to just having bases closer. That's all I'm saying, and I'd never heard this before. Our global order is not as global and strong as people make it out to be. Fair enough. We shouldn't be past national identity. Can't give that up to globalization, to be frank. I'm more like pro globalization. Not that I'm pro globalization. I'm pro like a humanitarian. No, not humanitarian. Humanistic perspective. Like we should all join together and sing Kumbaya. Yes, this represents a regression of international norms. It's just that within the international community, your people living in another country is not a reason for war. And when nation states came to be, that was the aim. So we still got nation states like relics of the past, at least for most countries. Not only oil is at stake, but also water. That's true. That should be obvious. Didn't think I needed to say that. Okay.
Ukraine is within Moscow's orbit.
I wanted to say something else, but I forgot it. Anyways, let's watch.
Then it pushes the CSTO's and Moscow's defensive lines to the Carpathian Mountains in the southwest, and it narrows their exposure across the North European plain to only the eastern border of Poland. And while the Baltic states do lie across the plain as well, CSTO forces could easily encircle them by rapidly advancing across the narrow Suwalki gap between Kaliningrad and Belarus, and cut them off from the rest of NATO, meaning that they aren't as grave of a geographical threat. Conversely, however, if Ukraine became a NATO member state, it would surge the NATO front lines far beyond the Carpathian Mountains and far across the wider section of the North European plain, and place the new defensible front line across nearly 2,300 kilometers of open, hard-to-defend, flat land, the easternmost section of which would only be a little more than 300 kilometers away from Volgograd, which, if taken, would shut down the entire Volga River and cut off Russia's valuable oil and gas resources coming up from around the Caspian Sea from the rest of the country, as nearly happened during the Second World War, back when the city was better known as Stalingrad. Even further, Belarus, a friendly and loyal CSTO state that is often considered a mere extension of Moscow itself,
that was Nazi Germany's strategy.
Become an indefensible salient protruding deep into the NATO front lines, surrounded entirely.
At least this dude thinks Kaliningrad is important.
Flanks.
That's got you there, Chow.
Control by Moscow, or at least neutrality, is essential to the defense of the CSTO and Russia, if you believe that NATO is a hostile aggressor or could become one in the future. But all of this is really only the beginning of what Russia and Putin want from Ukraine. The biggest thing they want of all is energy. While their overall economy is little larger than Spain's, Russia remains a global superpower through the lens of energy resources, and it's specifically oil and gas that is the most critical component to understand about Russia's world.
How does Russia think that losing that hard-to-defend border is going to affect them? He just said it. He just explained it. It doesn't make sense to you because, and I agree with you, NATO is not an offensive pact. NATO sharing that the Ukrainian border with Russia, NATO is not going to come up and be like, yeah, let's invade Russia. I don't buy that argument, but that is what Russia thinks. That is what Russia genuinely believes. And there are historical reasons for this. NATO is historically an anti-Russian pact. Even though on paper it's a defensive pact, it's historically an anti-Russian pact. And that has been proved time and time again. Who is to say the defensiveness won't change? That's an argument. That is an argument. I think you could also go the other way around and accept NATO encroachment and perhaps push harder for joining NATO and then just being part of the defense pact. Well, that's we would kind of need to rewind 20 years to go that strategic route or diplomatic route. Bridges have been burned since then, or at least would need a lot of work to be rebuilt. But yes, that is something you can say. I struggle to see what kind of political climate it would take for for NATO to be an aggressor on Russia of all countries. But yes, that's possible. I'm biased against Russia for obvious reasons, and I see this just as an excuse, and they're actually just molding that they're losing countries that they can bully around. There is a bit of that too. I mean, that is also why all of this happened after the coup in Ukraine. Yes, Russia tried to join NATO, and NATO said no, absolutely. But I'm saying Russia tried to join NATO, and NATO said no. And that was it. Like, when Russia did it, it was almost... Russia didn't, like, try to join NATO, and then was like, well, what do I have to do to join NATO? Do I have to change things? Do I have to show good faith, etc., etc.? Or like, oh, you said no? Now I'm going to be mad for the next 50 years. If Russia joined NATO, do you know which country will find aggression? China. That's actually true. That's a big true. China would not be happy. Oh my god. Yeah, imagine Chinese diplomacy if Russia became a NATO member. And Mongolia. Yes. We got our resident Mongolian chill with Chinchilla. If Russia was in NATO, NATO would be almost pointless, though, until China gets a little bit more aggressive. Oh, this is a hypothetical scenario where Russia takes the path of conforming more to Western standards of diplomacy and government, because that is basically what Russia joining NATO would entail as well. I don't think. Even if Putin was favorable to, was a favorable autocrat to NATO interests, I don't think NATO. I don't know if there's a clause for that in NATO or not, but I would struggle to imagine NATO accepting an alliance with Russia without at least a proper theater of a democracy. At least put up a good show of it. It doesn't have to be a real democracy, but it's got to at least be pretty convincing theater. Some will argue that we need Russia against China, and that China is the greater threat to the international order. Depends on what you mean by international order. At the same time, something that I've seen people say, like China's gonna ally with Russia. China's gonna like be very interested in going to war with NATO if push comes to shove. I think China has a lot more to lose, and in virtue of that, they're gonna act much more. How to put it? Much more safely. They're going to be much less belligerent, rather, is what I'm trying to say. I also feel that the argument saying that having a NATO member at its border would be a major threat, but since the British have Baltic countries, since Russia has Baltic countries close to St. Petersburg, it's a fake argument, and nowadays ballistic missiles are also able to cross thousands of kilometers. If NATO was an aggressive force, they could launch them from Baltics or Poland. So there is a difference between ballistic missiles and ground troops. Ballistic missiles are useful in blowing shit up. Troops are what actually wins the war. Troops are what actually gains ground, what actually takes strategic objectives. That is why what this guy is saying in this video is very well reasoned. Why he's talking about how easy it is to move troops across certain borders or not, because that, even though we have drones, even though we have ballistic missiles, etc., war still needs feet on the ground. We are not past that reality, and we won't be for a long time, hopefully. Breaking news: NATO joins the Union State of Russia and Belarus. Yeah. The Ghost of Kiev was fake from what I heard? Yeah, probably. For the US, NATO exists to limit Russian influence. Why would they let Russia join? if Russia became an ally, you don't... Okay, yes, historically, the NATO exists to limit Russian influence. If Russia's influence aligns with Western interests, there is no reason to limit its influence. I know this is pure speculation. I know we're very far from that, and I know this is not what's going to happen for at least decades, if at all. But you don't maintain an arbitrary pact against an enemy who's just not an enemy. There was discussion of that in the 90s. Multiple NATO members, multiple politicians across NATO member states are arguing, what is the point of NATO now? Russia is now a free country, a democracy that no longer threatens Western interests. And yet, we chose to I don't want to put it in like we chose or they chose. I don't know necessarily who started it. There's a bit of he said, she said with the stuff, but there's the Spiegel article we read yesterday was very, very interesting concerning concerning how it portrayed the display from the fall of the USSR. Basically it describes some of the events that happened to resurrect Russia as an enemy of the West. And to be entirely fair, I do feel like some actions taken by Western powers were callous and at least partly the cause of the current situation back then. We have done that with Cuba for a long time. Yes. That is why I'm really, really strongly in support, for example, of Obama's when Obama started dismantling the Cuba embargo stuff and all and so on and so forth. All that stuff's very problematic. Anyways, back to the video. Bro, let's watch some Zelensky films.
Worldwide ambitions. Across multiple vast oil fields, Russia is the world's second largest producer of oil, ahead of even Saudi Arabia. While at the same time, Russia also possesses the world's largest proven reserves of natural gas, largely across Siberia, which has enabled Russia to become the world's leading exporter of natural gas. The revenues gained from the sale of all these oil and gas exports are the literal foundation for the modern Russian state and Russian power, because they provide as much as 50% of the entire Russian government's budget and represent about 30% of Russia's entire GDP. Russia has used the vast money earned from selling oil and gas abroad to fund their military, pay off debts, save cash, and finance its own restoration as a global great power. Russia is therefore effectively a petrostate, just like Saudi Arabia or Iran, and is the only petrostate located in Europe, at least for now. For you see, despite these massive geological blessings, they also come with a number of geographical catches from Moscow's perspective. Most of their gas is sold off to the hungry customers in the European Union, so much so that 35% of the EU's entire gas supply comes from Russia alone, including Germany, the world's fourth largest economy, who imports nearly half of their natural gas from Russia. This flow of gas towards Germany and Europe across this complex system of pipelines provides critical revenues for the Russian government to function and provides critical heat for European cities during the winter. And so both sides heavily rely upon the other here. Any disruption in this trade relationship would be disastrous from Moscow's perspective, and Ukraine is the most likely place for such a disruption to happen in the future. Back during the Soviet times, when Russia and Ukraine were both one country, pipelines were built across Ukraine almost like a bridge that transported gas directly from the Siberian sources to the customers in Europe. But then, all of a sudden, after the USSR's collapse, Ukraine was an independent country who's demanding tariffs to the tune of billions of dollars a year from Russia in order to continue using their country as a gas bridge to Europe. And Russia had no other choice but to agree, because the pipeline infrastructure anywhere else didn't yet exist. As late as 2005, 80% of Russia's gas exports heading to Europe were still flowing across pipelines through Ukraine. But in the decades since, Russia has sought to solve this over-reliance on Ukraine by building multiple new pipelines that avoid Ukraine entirely, like Yamal Europe across loyal Belarus, Nord Stream 1 and 2 beneath the Baltic that go directly from Russia to Germany, Moscow's largest single customer, along with South Stream, Blue Stream, and Turk Stream beneath the Black Sea. By 2024, Russia has plans to completely cease all of their gas exports through Ukraine entirely, and the government will save billions of dollars in tariffs as a result. But that is hardly what has been so threatening about Ukraine recently. Significantly more menacing to the perspective of Moscow was the discovery, for the first time in early 2012, that Ukraine's exclusive economic zone within the Black Sea may contain more than 2 trillion cubic meters worth of natural gas.
Oh, I didn't know about this.
Largely concentrated around the Crimean Peninsula. To make matters even more interesting, further technological advancements in the early 2010s that enabled the successful drilling of natural gas and oil from shale rock unlocked the potential shale gas hotspots for Ukraine around Donetsk and Kharkiv in the east and around the Carpathians in the west. Beginning in
I did know about the shale gas deposits. I did not know about the Crimean underwater gas. That's interesting.
2012, there was suddenly a very real possibility that almost out of nowhere, Ukraine had the world's 14th largest reserves of natural gas, just behind Australia and Iraq. But as a relatively poor country, Ukraine lacked the finances, the technology, or the equipment to successfully harvest any of these resources in any large quantities.
Infrastructure's a bitch.
But that all changed when, shortly afterwards, the Ukrainian government began granting exploration and drilling rights to the likes of Shell and Exxon. It was suddenly possible that within a few years, these Western companies would enable Ukraine to transform into Europe's second petrostate, which would have not only been a direct and serious competitor to Russia's own gas supply to the European Union, and thus at the same time a major threat to the Russian government's budget and GDP, but would have also provided the easy path of eventual Ukrainian admission into the European Union and NATO as well. And this is what's really, in my opinion, what this whole situation is truly about. In 2012, at the time when these discoveries were initially made, the man in charge of Ukraine was Viktor Yanukovych, a pro-Russian politician who was keeping Ukraine more politically aligned with the interests of Moscow. So long as he was president, these discoveries were not directly threatening to Russia. But when suddenly in February 2014, his government was toppled in a pro-EU and pro-Western revolution in Kiev, Moscow was very quick to take the opportunity to invade some of Ukraine, seize the Crimean Peninsula, and annex it in the name of historical claims and protecting ethnic Russians. But by seizing Crimea, the Russians also took direct control of 2/3 of Ukraine's coastline and, by extension, the vast majority of Ukraine's maritime exclusive economic zone. And, most critically, an estimated 80% of Ukraine's potential offshore oil and gas reserves. In addition, billions of dollars worth of drilling equipment and other assets in the peninsula were seized by the Russians, all of which completely crippled the Ukrainian government's future potential.
Okay, this is fascinating. No one talked about this. I don't remember. Admittedly, I wasn't as informed back then and necessarily paying attention. But even now, no one's talking about this.
To challenge Russia's gas supremacy in Europe. To make matters even worse from Ukraine's perspective, the areas of Ukraine that are the most rich in shale gas are located very near to the most major conflict zones encouraged and funded from Moscow, with the Donetsk and Luhansk rebellions here and the Transnistria breakaway republic in Moldova over here, which, in my view, is not a coincidence. As a result, Shell and Exxon both backed out from all of their contracts with the Ukrainian government shortly afterwards, leaving Ukraine with no capability to extract the remaining resources themselves, and no capability to challenge Russia's occupation of Crimea. From the perspective of Putin and his regime, these were all mandatory actions to take in order to curb a Western-oriented Ukraine from ever selling major supplies of gas to Europe that would threaten his own regime's primary source of wealth and power. Ukraine had to be dismembered to protect himself and the other oligarchs who are in power. But there's more. Under Putin, Russia can't ever give Crimea back to Ukraine because it would surrender the entire exclusive economic zone and all of the gas resources within it back, along with the strategic port city of Sevastopol, one of the very few year-round ice-free ports that the Russian Navy can use and needs to operate throughout the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. If Crimea was ever returned to Ukraine and Ukraine joined NATO, they would regain their ability to threaten the Russian government's primary source of revenue, and the Russian Navy's most geostrategically valuable port would be lost forever. But Ukraine has some pressure that it can and has been applying itself. Naturally speaking, the geography of Crimea is that it's almost an island, only loosely connected to the rest of Europe and covered by dry and arid steppes and some salty marshes with very little fresh water for people or agriculture. Prior to the Russian invasion and annexation, the vast majority of Crimea's freshwater supply, like 85% of it, came down into the peninsula from a canal built during the Soviet era that diverted water from the Dnieper River. But after the Russians took it over in 2014, the Ukrainians weren't exactly in the mood to continue sending down the water, and they filled up the canal within their remaining borders to the north with cement and blocked the flow of all this water down into the now Russian-occupied Crimea. As a result, Crimea has ever since been essentially dying a death from 1,000 cuts, as it steadily recedes back into the dry and arid steppe of history, while modern climate change is only making everything even worse, as 2020 was the driest year ever on record in Crimea since record-keeping began 150 years ago. As a result, the Russian government is struggling to maintain its hold. The capital city Simferopol's reservoir is today less than 7% full, and the city has been having to ration water supplies. Even after the Russians built a nearly $4 billion bridge across the Kerch Strait here to connect the peninsula over to the Russian mainland, shipping in water is difficult, and life for the more than 2 million people on the peninsula is getting harder after the annexation, not better. The Russian government is having to spend billions of dollars a year to financially prop up Crimea, and it's largely all because of this canal being shut down by the Ukrainians over on the other side. And Ukraine is obviously not in any kind of mood to open it back up again. As a result, the current crisis in Ukraine can also be seen through the lens of climate and water conflict, and it's one of the biggest reasons why Russia is doing what it's doing now. The current Prime Minister of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has stated on multiple occasions that the primary goal going forward for the Ukrainian nation is the reclamation of the Crimean Peninsula from Russia. Currently, Ukraine has no realistic capability to challenge the overwhelmingly more powerful and capable Russian military. But in the future, were Ukraine to join NATO and a murky conflict breaks out between themselves and Russia over Crimea, or in the eastern rebel-occupied Donbass where it may be unclear who started it, it's hypothetical that Ukraine could trigger Article 5 of the NATO treaty, which states that, quote, if a NATO ally is the victim of an armed attack, each and every other member of the alliance will consider this act of violence as an armed attack against all members and will take the actions it deems necessary to assist the ally attacked.
So this is something I've been doing I've been saying for weeks. Ukraine could not have joined NATO as long as there was an ongoing territorial dispute, whether it was Crimea or Donbass. And NATO has a policy not to take in countries that have territorial disputes exactly because of what this video is explaining right now. Not to not be dragged into a murky situation, into wars.
Therefore, in the future, the fear of those in power in the Kremlin is that Ukraine will bring in the rest of NATO to fight Russia in taking back Crimea, and that is a war that Moscow knows it will lose. Not only because of NATO's much more advanced military capabilities, but because of Russia's own internal demographic problems. Ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia's deaths have exceeded her births, while the nation's fertility rate has been among the lowest in the world. And so the country's population has been shrinking almost continuously ever since. But since the COVID-19 pandemic began in 2020, this shrinking population problem has only gotten even worse. And Russia is currently undergoing its largest peacetime decline in people ever. In all of recorded history, even worse than during the 1990s right after the Soviet collapse. Right now, Russia has around 25 million men within the country who are of military service age. But the government knows that as time continues on, that potential pool of manpower is only going to get smaller and smaller. Therefore, it could be reasoned behind the inner walls of the Kremlin that the longer Russia waits to act upon Ukraine, the more difficult it is going to become in the future, and so the earlier, the better. Now,
so one thing I want to say, I feel like this this video is missing I feel like this video is missing the easiest point for this argument, and they just flew past it. I don't understand how could the rest of this video be so well researched and they're missing this one simple point. Ever since Crimea, the West has been funding and sending weapons to Ukraine. The longer Russia waited, the better equipped and the stronger the Ukrainian army became. That is the time pressure. Not Ukraine joining NATO, because that wasn't going to happen because of Crimea. Not population, like demographics. That shit's like, that's like 50, 100 years scale. Who gives a shit? I'm talking, we've been equipping the Ukrainian army for years now, and ramping it up as tensions rise. That is
masturbate. And
the
I could
time
be in pain
pressure
and
on
like,
Russia.
Breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thank you for the follow, broad discretion. I don't understand how they could bring up like really interesting research on the energy stuff and the water, etc., and miss on this like really obvious thing. Not like on the contrary, I don't want to criticize this. This is a good video, but damn.
by occupying Crimea and by maintaining conflicts in the Donbass region
It's
of
all
eastern
connected.
Ukraine, Russia has so far succeeded in keeping Ukraine out of NATO, and by building up troops along...
Okay, so it's like you're making an argument, and there's like there's something you're trying to explain, and there's it's caused like 80% by something. And you don't talk about that cause, but you talk about the cause that's like 10% of it, and the other cause that's 10% of it. That's how I feel when he's like bringing up all those things, and sure they're true, but then he's missing the fact that we've been arming Ukraine. That also that's a much more immediate time pressure. And once again, yeah.
the border and hosting joint military exercises in Belarus, Moscow is further able to signal to Ukraine that they are in danger, which can panic investors in the Ukrainian government and damage the economy even further, and which forces Ukraine to spend even more money on their own military and defense, taking away vital cash that they could be using to further develop their own natural gas infrastructure. And of course, Russia has been fueling a war inside of Ukraine in the east now
Link
for
to video?
years,
Sure.
ever since 2014, that has greatly depleted the Ukrainian government's time, manpower, and resources. After being taken over by pro-Russian separatists following Russia's invasion and annexation of Crimea, both Donetsk and Luhansk declared their independence from Ukraine 8 years ago, and after being supported financially and militarily from Russia, have continuously been fighting a war against the Ukrainian government ever since that has already claimed the lives of more than 14,000 people. For years, most of the territory of each has been controlled by the Ukrainian government. But just a few days ago, Russia, for the first time, officially recognized both as fully independent countries separate from Ukraine and deployed their troops into each. Right now, as I made this video, it's still unclear what exactly Putin is ultimately planning for Ukraine. He may...
We kind of know that now. Sorry, let me catch up with chat while I'm pausing this. Check out this video about Snake Island. It's only 2 minutes. Sure. Historically speaking, I was fine with Russia taking Crimea. I personally disagree with that. It might sound pedantic, but it's not pedantic. There's a very simple problem I have with that. I acknowledge the reality that the Crimean people actually were we researched it like a week or two ago. The Crimean people genuinely wanted to join Russia. That is a reality. Now, the way you handle those kinds of situations where people want independence or want secession, you acknowledge that, you negotiate with them as the nation, and you try to find some way of satisfying them. It is a complicated matter. The self-determination of a subset of a country, of a region of a country, it's a complicated matter. It's not black and white. It's not like just because they want to, it should be done. But it should at least be acknowledged. However, that is not however, what happened was not that. What happened was Russia invaded. So, and I also say that because the historical argument to me, blood and soil to me is an argument that has extremely dangerous consequences. First of all, ideologically, but also is always just used as a pretext. Let's be real. It's a pretext for the real reasons things happen. In my opinion, the main reason Crimea happened was to block Ukraine out of NATO, categorically. The oil stuff is interesting, though. I'll have to think about it. Well, besides that, NATO sets a standard around political stability, and considering their...
and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks for the follow, Armand Coloma. NATO sets a standard around political stability, and considering their institutions are just weak, corruption is high. Yes. From what we've seen, that seems to be one of the main reasons there were issues with Russia joining NATO. Do you think the Pornhub ban will increase Russia fertility rates? Oh, maybe it might backfire, yeah. Without Donbass and Crimea, I doubt NATO wants to have Ukraine within NATO. Maybe. This guy has the arguments, my priorities are wacky. Oh yeah, I addressed that. Do you think Russia... I think they're just showing the strategic place of Ukraine in Europe because of its resources, ability to produce crops, etc. And that is true. Like, that's really important. Hi, I'm going to make a video in support of Ukraine. Russia attacked Ukraine for no reason. It's very bad for Ukrainians now. Can you please say, Ukraine, hold on. This is the least we can do for them. Yeah, Slava Ukraina. I'm pro-Ukraine. Hey, if you make that video, link it here. I'll watch it. Did you see the video of protests in Russia? I've seen clips of that yesterday. Yeah. Is there anything particularly new? What did the Tatar people think? I don't know. Ukraine treated Crimea like shit. They didn't invest a single dime in it. I don't know if that's true. Crimea, wasn't Crimea one of the richest parts of Ukraine? I may be wrong with that, but that's just not the impression I had. Now Russian oligarchs turned it into a great resort like those news there. That's not what this video is saying, by the way. I just want to find the DPR, LPR info, because supposedly they've been shelled by Ukraine. On live UA... Oh, on live UA map, we don't really have... what do we have? Like, right now, we have damage to civilian building in the Kievsky neighborhood in Donetsk. Oil depot in Rovenki of Luhansk region caught fire. Yeah, that might be shelling. That might be shelling. Or it might be sabotage, who knows. Hello from Ukraine. Hello, Pixel3i5. Hope you're safe. Hope you're doing it good. And then I missed Gehentyog's paragraph. I think it's a bit of, I'm going to tell you the real reason The gas thing I'm not really convinced by, since Russia already achieved their goals there through the separatists. And in the past, Russia has quite brazenly demonstrated how for the longest time they did not actually want the Donbas conflict to end either way, only ramping their support up whenever Ukraine pushed the separatists back, and scaling it back whenever the separatists made advances. Well, that supports my personal theory that the main issue was always NATO. Maintaining a state of conflict meant it was impossible for for Ukraine to be considered by NATO. Research it. That's the reality there. No, I don't mean right now. I mean over the last whatever years. Oh, over the last whatever years. Yeah, there's been the war. The war in Donbas and Luhansk is a real thing. Yes. And it's been happening for 8 years. Watch this. You want to see the reality in Crimea? Okay. Yes. Yes, Deem. Hello, yes, Deem. I'm from Russia. I'm so sorry that we have so few protesters on the streets. People are cowards and afraid to go out. It's okay. I personally understand that it's a tough situation. You don't live in a free country. I've seen people criticize the Russians, like why are there so few people protesting? This might seem petty, but I struggle to imagine those people having the courage to go protest if they were in Russian shoes. Honestly, it's a bit easy to say that. But we know that not all Russians support what's happening. For Crimea, what I mean, Khrushchev gave Crimea to Ukraine during USSR period for the good relationship between the two SSRs. Yes, and then there's the Russian strategic base of Sevastopol. Only Russian base in the warm seas. They had a buy. Okay, they had a lease to exploit the military harbor till 2040. But after Maidan, the lease was revoked. And then the people of Crimea wanting to join the Russian Federation. This is why I tend to say that taking Crimea from me is different from invading Donbas and the whole region. So I didn't know about the lease being revoked. Ukraine revoking Sevastopol lease. This article says the opposite, by the way. You see this? Russia has renounced the lease contracts with Ukraine for its Black Sea Fleet base in Sevastopol. Oh, it was after Crimea. Sorry, fuck, I didn't see the date, or there was no date. Oh, never mind. This was after Crimea got. Of course, they're gonna revoke it. They don't care about the lease. Russia's claim to Crimea. Is there a legal basis for Russia's actions? The Budapest Memorandum definitely says no. But we've talked about that already. If anyone doesn't know what the Budapest Memorandum is, it was a promise from Russia to respect Ukraine's borders, and the US, to respect Ukraine's borders in exchange for Ukraine getting rid of their nuclear weapons. I could masturbate, and I could be Thank you for the follow, Yesteem. And like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, let me just control F lease. Oh, okay, there's no mention of the post-Maidan government revoking the lease. This is from 2010. Ukraine extends lease for Russia's Black Sea Fleet. This might be hard to find. Do you have a link for that pool core? But regardless, even if it's true, that that still isn't justification for an invasion, because that's what's happened. Okay, thank you. Let me know when you got the information. Yes, the SWIFT. Russia has been banned from the SWIFT banking system. Absolutely.
May only be plotting a limited strike into the country in order to permanently sever both Donetsk and Luhansk from the country, as he did with Crimea 8 years previously, and effectively occupy each. He may also be plotting a further limited strike from Crimea in order to neutralize the block in the canal in order to free up Crimea's struggling water supply. He may be planning to go further, though, to ensure that this situation never happens again, and push Russian territory all the way to at least some of the Dnieper River to
And that is what's happening right now.
simultaneously stabilize Crimea's geographic position by freeing up the water supply, deny even more of Ukraine's coastline.
What do you find? What do you want to find about Crimea? I was wondering. Pulkor said that after the Maidan Revolution, they already blew up the dam. By the way, yeah, of course they did. That makes sense. That actually explains why on Live UA map there were tabs on the dam. Anyways, what we want to find out about Crimea is the claim that the lease that allowed the Russian fleet to use the port of Sevastopol was revoked by the post-Maidan Revolution Ukrainian government. I'm interested in whether that is true or not. Obviously, the lease was revoked as soon as Russia started meddling in Crimea, but was it revoked before any escalation happened? I'm curious.
Line and access to natural gas reserves, and set up a stronger potential defensive line against any attack from the west along the Dnieper River's banks. Alternatively, he may also be planning a southern takeover of Ukraine, which would simultaneously bring Donetsk and Luhansk into Russia, link up Crimea with the Dnieper River and the canal, block off Ukraine from the rest of the Black Sea, and transform the country into a landlocked state, permanently removed from any remaining offshore gas deposits, and link up mainland Russian territory with both Crimea and loyal Transnistria in the west. Or he may really be planning an all-out assault to take over the entire country, so as to guarantee that Russia and
This
the
I do not
CSTO's
believe.
defensive lines against NATO are pushed further back towards the more narrow opening of the North European plain between the Carpathian Mountains and the Baltic Sea across the border of Poland, and in so doing, guaranteeing that Ukraine will never be used against them and that Belarus will never become an indefensible salient. From there, Russian provocations into Moldova are almost a certainty next. Another former Soviet state who isn't a member of NATO and conveniently already has a pro-Russian breakaway state that Russia will eventually get around to recognizing as well. Transnistria. It's all a part of Putin's repeatedly stated goal of bringing back the old Soviet and Russian empire for the 21st century. Now that Putin has chosen to invade, it's not entirely clear what's happening as the facts on the ground are rapidly developing. But what is clear are Putin's demands. He has demanded that the West agree to 3 main terms. 1. That Ukraine never be allowed to join the NATO alliance. 2. That NATO and the United States withdraw all of their armed forces from Eastern Europe back to the pre-1997 boundaries of NATO, ending in Germany, effectively abandoning Poland, the Baltic states, and much of the rest of Eastern Europe. And that 3. NATO and America agree to freeze the NATO alliance as is and rule out any future expansion of new members. And that the alliance will not hold any military drills
like
in
an
Ukraine.
octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
Thank you for the follow, Awabik. Okay, I understand, but I cannot give you any information. It is very difficult to speak English and listen to you, especially on the topic of politics, where words are difficult for me. No problem. I appreciate you hanging out, though. I hope this stream is still interesting for you. Spasiba. Moldova doesn't have a pro-Russian president anymore. Maya Sandu got elected. Okay. They have rebellions in Russian army. Welcome to the Free Russian Army. I don't know if that's true. I have not seen information as to that effect. You can ask me anything about Moldova. They are our brothers. We speak the same language. Interesting.
Ukraine, Eastern Europe, or in the Caucasus without prior Russian consent. The West and NATO, of course, will never accept any of these terms, and Putin must know this. But through the lenses of geographic security, the economics of oil and gas, the changing climate, the shortage of water in Crimea, and Russia's own sensitive internal demographic crisis, it's clear to see what Russia's primary concerns are with Ukraine, and only time will tell how Russia and Vladimir Putin act upon those concerns. But by analyzing how Putin has acted before during times of crisis, we can likely figure out how he'll act again in the future. The recognition of both Donetsk and Luhansk as independent countries and the deployment of Russian troops into both, before launching the full-scale invasion across the entire country next, mirrors a striking, uncanny resemblance to exactly what Putin and the Russian government did against Georgia 14 years previously, back in 2008. Back then, the Russian army invaded the country of Georgia in what would ultimately become the first European war of the 21st century. Two pro-Russian breakaway provinces inside of Georgia, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, were each recognized by Russia as fully separate and independent countries, and then, by using the pretext of Georgian occupation of both, Russia deployed troops into both and, from there, initiated a full-scale land, sea, and air invasion across the rest of Georgia. Across the 12 days of intense fighting that followed, the Russians occupied both Abkhazia and South Ossetia within Georgia, solidified their de facto independence, and effectively dismembered the country, displacing nearly 200,000 people and causing Georgia to sever all diplomatic relations with Russia. However, it was, in the end, a decisive victory for Russia and for Vladimir Putin, as it kept Georgia from joining NATO, and at a time when NATO and the West were more distracted by the quagmires of Iraq and Afghanistan, there was little international attention, let alone condemnation. It would only be less than 6 years later when Putin would deploy the exact same kinds of tactics that he used against Georgia, against Ukraine, in Crimea, and the Donbass. And now in 2022, it once again appears that history is repeating itself in Donetsk, Luhansk, and Ukraine. Without a doubt, the Russian invasion of Georgia is absolutely critical to understanding how Putin's modern military strategy of dismemberment works, and in understanding what he might ultimately plan to do with Ukraine. But, unfortunately, if I made a video about it on YouTube, it's a guarantee that it would get demonetized and age-restricted, and, as a result, there's simply no way that you would ever see it. So, instead, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about the
what? About
the
demonetization?
Russian invasion of Georgia is absolutely critical to understanding how Putin's modern military strategy of dismemberment works, and in understanding what he might ultimately plan to do with Ukraine. But, unfortunately, if I made a video about it on YouTube, it's a guarantee that it would get demonetized and age-restricted, and, as a result, there's simply no way that you would ever see it. So, instead, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about the exact same length as this video was, that covers the entire course of the Russian invasion of Georgia from beginning to end, and uploaded it directly to Nebula, which, as you've probably heard by now, is home to...
Okay. Let me catch up. And I understand what he's saying. He's basically saying that it was really brutal in Georgia, and it would get demonetized, etc. Are you even Eastern European if you have not had meat-stuffed roasted peppers? They have that in Western Europe too. At least I know France has meat-stuffed roasted peppers as a dish. But yes, that's delicious. Oh, with Sophie we had stuffed courgette. Courgette is what? Zucchini. Stuffed zucchini. Oh no, I'm confusing with zucchini. Yeah. In France, what they do is they like the meat stuffed zucchini. The stuffed peppers is more Eastern European. Actually, yeah, that's true. Stuffed zucchini is really good though. I must insist. Stuffed bell peppers are a thing here. Yeah, I made stuffed peppers a few days ago. Nice. Elden Ring soon, right? Yeah. I need to. There's some more Ukraine stuff to cover before Elden Ring. Okay, it's not for right away. Okay, I found the information that Russia had become increasingly concerned that its future access might be compromised, but nothing saying it was revoked after Euromaidan. Okay, and this is consistent with the other article we found, right? The only article we found here is that Russia renounced the lease after Crimea, which means the lease still existed. That means the lease still existed. Very difficult to understand speech in real time. I mean, no worries. Did Russia treat Crimea better than Ukraine? From what I heard, Russian oligarchs turned it into a great resort like it used to be during the USSR. And do you have any education in politics or just a moron on the internet waffling in his bedroom? I hope it's not the latter. No, I prefer waffling in your mom's bedroom. Elon Musk, Starlink service is now active in Ukraine. Good one. Dang, never heard of stuffed zucchini. I'll have to try it sometime. It's good. Crimea was the same tourist destination both in Ukraine and in Russia. The only thing that it became easier for Russians to go to Crimea for vacation because they didn't have to go to another country. But tourism in Crimea has become several times more expensive after it was annexed by Russia. Okay. Give this guy VIP. Just a clueless moron thought so. You people have no right to speak on Ukraine matters. You don't even know what I'm talking about. How long have you been listening? We sit in fear here in Ukraine while you Westerners run amok on the internet. I understand that that is pissing you off. I actually genuinely sympathize with that. But you also understand that what's happening in Ukraine is an international crisis. So yes, we do care about what's happening, and we want to know about it and understand it. And if, for what it matters, I am pro-Ukraine in this crisis. He hasn't monetized this channel. Yeah, that's also true. This channel is not even monetized. That being said, that's not what UL Plays is criticizing me for. Hey, how's it looking? Thanks again for that raid last night. No worries. Hey, Lexi. Oh yeah, shit. Yeah. Hey, no worries for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I don't really know you, honestly. I was just covering Ukraine and wanted to like pass the people on to someone who was covering it. So I picked a random channel that was covering it. That was English speaking. So it was you. But hey, nice to meet you. It was long and stressful, of course, with the situation, but it was good. Thanks, man. No worries. Hope to see you around. That comment really annoyed me. I simply asked for some substance to your stream. I'm looking for a place to be informed and understand opinions outside of Ukraine. All right, fair enough. I apologize for it, you all plays. I've had a lot of people come in and troll me, and because of that, when I saw your comment, you have to understand your first comment, which is, do you have any education in politics or are just a moron on the internet waffling in his bedroom? You have to understand that when I read that, I do assume that you are a troll. I did not think you were actually looking to have a discussion. Yeah. So I'm sorry for responding offensively, but I didn't start it, okay? Shit, I missed a bunch of messages. Blah, blah, blah. Milton Katana, you have a degree in politics and international studies? I did not know that. Actually, stuffed cabbage is better than stuffed zucchini. At least in Brittany, we eat more cabbage. Oh, we have that dish in Poland, and it's it's a famous dish in Eastern Europe as well. In Poland, we call it gołąbki. In I have a Serbian chatter. There they call it. Oh God, it's escaped my mind. But they have that too, stuffed cabbage. Name is really decent compared to other streamers covering this topic. I hope so. I try. In fact, Russia has always been good to both Crimea and Ukraine, but Putin is fucked up and doesn't care about both Russian citizens and Ukraine. And the problem is that most Russians have a good attitude towards Ukraine. My friends and I have many relatives from Ukraine, but everyone is afraid to protest because of the repression. That is my understanding as well. That Ukrainians and Russians, for the most part, see each other as brotherly neighbors. Americans aren't really doing this entire thing justice. They don't have the same historical knowledge as the rest of us, nor the info on the nuances of European geopolitics. That is true. I have seen such bad ideas. I have seen such terrible takes on the situation ever since this started. It's appalling. And it's really shocking what terrible opinions people have been able to form about it. We live in an internet age, yeah. Come on, guys, let's spread positivity. True. Positive. I'm so tired of people sitting and divulging nonsense for views. I listen in and hope you prove me right. All right, I hope you enjoyed the stream. That's all I can hope for. There are literally reporters on the ground right now in Ukraine. What's your thoughts on that? They are risking their lives to cover a historical event. I have the utmost respect for them. EOL plays, you should do something better for your mental health and listen to people you don't like. That would go for everyone. I'm trying to find an unbiased source. Right now I find Twitch is best for that. Every news source is funded by governments. Divulging nonsense for views is not what we're doing here. I mean, depends. If someone disagrees with me, then they'll think I'm saying nonsense. I have two men. I have two men. Leave Ukraine. I have two men. Leave Ukraine to Russia. It doesn't matter. He'll stop after Ukraine. If I can want man. Okay, this is actually something that I actually disagree with. I don't agree with the idea of like leave Ukraine to Russia. It doesn't matter. That's really stupid. And I have seen that take. Yeah. He'll stop after Ukraine. For now, maybe you have a counter argument to it, but for now, I genuinely believe so, for the simple reason that NATO is a huge red line, and I don't think Russia is ready to cross it. If Russia does anything in the Baltic states, in Poland, Romania, any other... Moldova could happen, yes. Moldova is not protected. Moldova could happen after Ukraine, but once after that, there is no further avenue. Even in the north, I've seen people talk about Finland. Finland is not, and Sweden, obviously, because they wanted to apply to NATO. One thing, of course, it's not the same protection as NATO, but Sweden and Finland, I've seen many people not realize that under their EU membership, in the Lisbon Treaty, there is a mutual defense clause. So declaring war on Finland or Sweden means the entirety of Europe becomes your enemy, which means the European Union, sorry, which specifically means, admittedly, it's not NATO, but among the European Union, there is, for example, France, which has mutually assured destruction capabilities. It's a take that infuriates me. He absolutely won't. Putin has a history of loudly exclaiming his desire to recreate the Russian Empire and trying to become Putin the Great. Well, he's a bit more subtle about it than that. He wants to be the next Ivan the Terrible. It's likely he'll move for Moldova and the offshore Swedish and Finnish islands in the Baltic Sea. So Moldova, yes, but I don't think they aren't in NATO, EU. Yes, but they are EU members. What I'm saying is EU has a defensive pact. It's not as strong as the NATO defensive pact, and it doesn't have the EU defensive pact does not have bases in EU member states the same way NATO does. But it is Moldova. No, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Finland and Sweden, Andrew. So yes, Moldova is at risk, especially since you said they elected a president that's favorable to the West. So very likely once, so absolutely yes. Once Russia has deposed the Ukrainian government and replaced it with a puppet state, it's very likely that they could look at Moldova. But I genuinely doubt that Sweden and Finland are at risk, at the way some people have been saying. Even if they don't join NATO. That being said, if they truly want to join NATO, I also believe maybe now is the best time to join NATO, for the simple reason that Russia would be insane to wage war on two fronts. I have been trying to better understand the Kremlin. How is war decided in the Kremlin? Is it simply Putin, or does it go before a house? It's an autocracy. Putin and his closest leadership make all the decisions. The rest of the government is just theater. Yeah, the Kremlin is for administration and for show, like Lexibat said. Russia is an autocracy. Especially Transnistria, since they are pro-Russian. Yes, definitely. So Putin might invoke the same argument to free Russian-speaking Russian people, yeah. Yeah, the blood and soil argument is terrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Intelligence can be used like an octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
Thank you, you all plays. Imagine if World War III starts because of a DDoS attack. This world is fucked up. Wait, what are you talking about? Jama plays Twitch. Good night, Anoij. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow, but maybe I will. Maybe in the afternoon, early. But yeah, see you. If not tomorrow, then Monday. Have a good one, Anoij. All right, Andrew, you wanted me to check out this video about Snake Island?
Snake Island, also known as Serpent Island, is an island belonging to Ukraine located in the Black Sea, near the Danube Delta, with an important role in delimiting Ukrainian territorial waters. The island is populated, reported to have under 30 people in 2012. A rural settlement of Bile was established in February 2007 with the purpose of consolidating the status of the island as an inhabited place. The islet was part of a border dispute between Romania and Ukraine from 2004 to 2009, during which Romania contested the technical definition of the island and borders around it. The territorial limits of the continental shelf around Snake Island were delineated by the International Court of Justice in 2009, providing Romania with almost 80% of the disputed maritime territory. Snake Island is an igneous rock formation located 35 kilometers from the coast, east of the mouth of the Danube River. The island's coordinates are 45 degrees 152,183 and 30 degrees 122,153, 45.25500 degrees and 30.20417.
Okay, we did not need the GPS coordinates. But hey, we know about Snake Island now.
The island is X-shaped, 690 meters from SW to NE by 682 meters from NW to SE, covering an area of 0.2.
Okay. Have any of you read Victor Hugo? There is this book. There's this very beautiful book that Victor Hugo wrote called "The Workers of the Sea." That's about the island of Guernsey. It is the topic is Ukraine, but I'm going on a tangent. But it's related to the video I just watched. So Victor Hugo wrote this very beautiful book, "The Workers of the Sea," that I had to study in high school. And I remember cramming that book because I was a lazy fuck, and And yeah, so I had to read it during. I had to like write my my book presentation the day before presenting it, and I hadn't read the book yet, so I start reading it, and I read like 10, 20, 30, 40 pages, and it's all exactly what this video is like. It's like the island is this and this meters large, and da 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 da. It's not a book. It's not literature. It reads like a fucking expose on the geography and characteristics of Guernsey. And then I realized I just wasted like 3 of my precious hours on well, basically Victor Hugo decided to write like a 90-page full in-depth study of the island of Guernsey that has nothing to do with the actual book. Anyway, sorry, that's what this reminded me of. Yeah, yeah, Guernsey, a UK island. Maybe you should make yourself some tea. Yeah, my throat's blasted. So you're saying Article 5 can be triggered from a cyber attack? I am genuinely skeptical of that. Severe shelling in both Kharkiv and Kiev right now. Yeah, we saw that. We saw that on the live UA map. Kharkiv and Kiev are under attack. Okay. NATO Article 5 cyber attack. Top Democratic Senator warns Putin cyber attacks could spark war if it triggers NATO's Article 5 from the Daily Mail. Do we have a NATO chief? Okay, on C-SPAN.
On cyber, well, we have stated that cyber attacks can trigger Article 5, but we have never gone into the position where we give a potential adversary the privilege of the.
What?
We are focused on strengthening our cyber defenses. We are focused on strengthening our cyber defenses.
Right, the video is scuffed.
We are aware of that that's a risk, and therefore we are stepping up both the protection of our cyber networks, but also providing support to Ukraine, and we are very focused on the need for deconfliction.
Okay, we'll go to NPR Deutsche Welle. Just.
Yeah, I need to re-listen to that. Sorry.
On cyber, well, we have stated that cyber attacks can trigger Article 5, but we have never gone into the position where we give a potential adversary the privilege of defining exactly when we trigger Article 5. We are focused on strengthening our cyber defenses. We are very much aware of that that's a risk.
Okay, that's what he said. We have never given an adversary the privilege of defining what would trigger Article 5. Because yes, Article 5 has never been triggered. So, which is also a way of admitting that yes, cyber attacks could trigger Article 5, but we have not defined what cyber attacks are yet. So it's a pretty weak statement, honestly. I feel sorry for the innocent people, but I feel like Ukraine leader is just as cocky as Putin, so I don't feel for him. Look, it doesn't matter if Zelensky is a flawed president or not. What matters is the violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and the self-determination, at least from my perspective. The Snake Island story is probably fake. The Tracy dude unearthed a Facebook post that casts doubt on this. Possibly. I haven't looked into it. Dropping tactical nukes on those GPS coordinates. Oh no. Oh yeah, so the topic is Ukraine, Guernsey, UK islands. I know 10 words in Russian. Do you guys think that Putin might invoke that to free Brittany, almost Russian-speaking people from France, Brittany independent again? No, but by the same argument, we need to go back to the independence of Alsace, since we're talking about French geography. Or Germany should annex Alsace. Ukrainian president is a national hero, TBH? Right now, yes. Sounds like a good excuse to drag Europe to war whenever it suits the US. That's not my reading of what this guy just said, personally. Yeah, my reading of it is what Zenixbear said. That if the cyber attack disrupts the municipality of some town, it does not trigger Article 5. But if it's, say, disrupts the electric grid, if it's actually shutting down infrastructure in a very aggressive way, then that door might be open. But even then, one of the power of NATO as a defensive pact, especially in nowadays, especially if we're talking about, for example, what Russia is going to do after Ukraine, the power of NATO is that it sets a very clear line in the sand of what are the consequences for fucking with any NATO member state. If it's unclear what is cyber attack or not, then that ambiguity is I would argue that ambiguity actually really weakens NATO when it comes to cyber attacks. Hopefully they're working on a clear definition and declaration of what that means. Because if they don't have one, then it becomes a lot more tenuous to be able to invoke Article 5 over it, even if the technical language allows it. Yeah, also the source of those can be harder to pinpoint, absolutely. It's much easier to do false flag attacks when it's cyber attacks. It becomes a lot more complicated. Yeah, now Germany needs to take Alsace and Lorraine, yeah. Since France is a mix of very different cultures, Alsace, Brittany, Basque Country, Savoie, Corsica, the misleading blood and soil argument may be the most efficient against France from its enemy. Yeah, in the end, what we all know it's an excuse. Russia doesn't care about the blood and soil argument. What they care is about preventing neighbors from joining NATO. We would be in World War III right now if nukes didn't exist. Honestly, maybe, yeah. We had a small-scale cyber attack here after the 2007 riots, and it's unclear whether that was ordered by the Kremlin. Yeah, it's really hard to determine those things. Just look at the how to put it? Just look at the disagreement in the US over the Russiagate stuff. Yeah, a cyber attack is blurred. They need to define what exactly a cyber attack is. We would not have a war if Ukraine didn't give up nukes too. Yeah, that is true as well. The Budapest memorandum, it's easy to say in hindsight. Back in that time, the priorities were nuclear disarmament. The priorities were the safety of nukes, and also an optimism about the future. That Russia and the US are no longer going to be enemies. So, but yeah, in hindsight, it was a huge mistake. So this is from 2019. From Vice. Oh shit. I don't know if I can watch that because I'm restreaming on YouTube. YouTube does not like me restreaming Vice videos. I'll keep playing it, but I'll probably will not be able to watch it.
Я русская, а это значит, другой быть просто не могу. С праздником, Севастополь! Люблю тебя! Спасибо!
This is Crimea in early 2017.
nearly 3 years after the Russian takeover.
It is the day of the founders of the fatherland. In other words, a very patriotic celebration, particularly for the people of Sevastopol who use this day to celebrate their pride in Russia.
Где люди не понимают, что действительно происходит. Люди думают, что мы здесь в оккупации. Как мы можем находиться в оккупации, если мы сделали свой выбор за возвращение домой, в Россию?
Нам силу дает наша верность отчизне. И наши мысли, и наше будущее должны быть с Россией. In a controversial referendum, over 90...
Copyrighted audio and video detected. Putin's Crimea is in the constant water crisis. Yeah, we saw that in the other video. We saw it in the other video analyzing Crimea's situation. But I fear, due to this attack on Ukraine, if Sweden and Finland decide to join NATO for more protection, would it also lead to nuclear threats from Russia or more aggression from Russian Federation, according to you? It's very hard to guess what would the consequences be of that. To be perfectly honest with you, right now, what I believe, and this is pure speculation. I think it's an empty threat, in the sense because Finland and Sweden are EU members, so they are protected by the EU Defensive Pact on one hand, and on the other hand, which admittedly has not been tested, so that actually might be a very weak protection, to be perfectly honest. The other issue is, but on the other hand, if they want to join NATO, I think now is perhaps the best moment for them to do it. Simply because Russia cannot, well, maybe they can. Russia probably cannot wage a war on two fronts. Or at the very least, it looks insane if Russia tries that. Meaning that whatever threats Russia has, if their threat is invasion, like in Ukraine, or some sort of annexation play, I think they would overextend. If they start waging war in Finland and in Ukraine, that would be very, very difficult for them. I struggle to see how they could pull that off. Just give 10 takes so you can say I was right in the future. That's pretty smart. Check spectator index. Elon Musk is... What are you talking about? Why are you talking about Elon Musk? This is not the subject. I'm gonna Google this. Oh, this is Starlink stuff you were talking about. Elon Musk's Starlink system is now providing satellite internet services in Ukraine. That is interesting, I guess. Oh, I don't know if that actually works through Russian electronic warfare, but do you think Putin will stop after taking Ukraine? So I've been corrected on this multiple times, so I need to like state this as clearly as possible. Russia most definitely can follow upon Ukraine and aggress Moldova if they win the war. Russia also has interests in Central Asia, where Russia could continue, whether it's Georgia, Syria, etc. Not necessarily direct war, but they'll definitely continue exerting influence and meddling with the politics in those regions. That is 100% certain. I do not, however, believe that Russia can go to war against NATO, so NATO member states are protected. And I'm on the fence whether, because recently we've been talking about Sweden and Finland, I'm on the fence whether Sweden and Finland need Russia to, need to be part of NATO to be safe. The reason I'm saying this is because Sweden and Finland are parts of the are members of the European Union, and even if they're not part of NATO, they are protected under the Lisbon Treaty Defensive Pact. So going to war with, say, Finland means going to war with the entirety of Europe, including France, for example, which is a nuclear state capable of mutually assured destruction, intercontinental strikes, etc. With the knowledge that Europe is like half of NATO. So but it is a weaker defensive treaty than NATO. The Lisbon Treaty is much weaker than the protection from NATO. That is something that has to be acknowledged. So that's why I'm like on the fence on whether it's actually necessary or not. What about Estonia? Estonia is a NATO member. The second Russia does anything to Estonia, Russia is at war with half the world. Yeah, but EU is really weak. Most of the countries entirely rely on the US. The only capable and serious army in EU is France. And after that, the other army that can oppose a resistance against Russia on the ground are Poland and Germany. Apart from that, well, EU is militarily speaking empty. Yes, that is true. And historically, France had few reasons to annoy Russia apart from the Crimean War under Napoleon III. Yes, but then look at the current politics in France relative to the European Union. Macron wants to be not just the kind of like what Merkel was to the European Union, the face and the head of the European Union. Macron wants the European Union to be capable of defending itself. He's been pushing for a European army. He's been pushing for stronger diplomatic and military ties between European states. If, say, Finland gets attacked and Macron does not engage decisively under the clause of the Lisbon Treaty for mutual defense, then that undermines everything he has been working for. Best army in Europe left the EU, unfortunately. Maybe I think the French and the UK army are roughly equivalent. The UK has like a better fleet, maybe, and France has like better other aspects, but they're roughly the same power level. Both nuclear states, etc., etc. I read Russia warned Sweden today about applying for NATO membership. Scary shit. Yes, absolutely. Both Sweden and Finland. Some people say the US wants this conflict as an excuse to arm Ukraine and influence the region. No. The US, that's insane. The US did not want this conflict. The US wanted to focus on China, on the Southeast Asian Sea, and its alliance with Taiwan. The US did not want to have to deal with a bunch of shit in Eastern Europe, to put it in grossly. I really disagree with that analysis. But when you see from one president to another in France how the foreign politics change, well, I'm a bit pessimistic. That is one of the weaknesses of democracies. We've seen that with the US, for example. We've seen that with the US, where suddenly when Trump was in power, NATO ties were weakened. The Iran nuclear deal got revoked. Yeah, foreign policy can change a lot quicker when a democracy starts becoming a bit not unstable, but a bit more how to put it, swingy in its politics. It's a problem. Why does the Battle of Kiev feel like a game of tower defense? I don't know what you're talking about. I already got tired of Afghanistan, don't need another. Yeah. Do you think Russia will take Kiev tonight? I don't know. Kiev has been holding off really well until now. But they are under attack. We don't have the kind. First off, I don't have the expertise required. Even if I had all the information, I do not have the expertise required to tell you whether what are the chances of Ukrainians resisting, defending Kyiv or not. And secondly, even if I had all the information, wait, I forgot what I just said. Anyways, I don't have all the information, and even if I had the information, I don't have the training to make such kinds of assertions about military operations. It's getting intense when Russia is getting near South Ukraine, when they're closing up on NATO members. Also, who knows what Russia and Ukraine have up their sleeves? Yeah. There's a lot of speculation going around. At the start of the stream, we went over this interesting Twitter thread. Where was it? God, did I close it? So there's this... yeah, it's none of this stuff. It's not the, like, combat porn stuff. Oh yeah, it's here. Rihoteras on Twitter. We went over this Twitter thread. If it's true, if this Twitter thread is true, then Ukraine's position is looking very strong. But we don't know if it's true. There's too much propaganda on both sides to know what really is going on with military movement. Yeah. Like, I've been looking at live UA map a lot. Not because like every single piece of information is necessarily true or gives a clear idea of what's going on. It's more for the idea of seeing like what kind of activity is going on where, to paint this idea of, or paint this vague understanding of what's happening where. But it's very approximate. US may not have wanted this war to occur now, but didn't they encourage the coup in 2014? I don't know if they actually encouraged the coup. They definitely meddled in the politics after the coup. That we know for sure. Also, like we've talked about self-determination and so on and so forth. Didn't the coup happen because the Ukrainian people like voted to join the EU, and that was ignored by the government? What's the news now in Ukraine? Heavy attacks on Kyiv and Kharkiv. The cities are under siege for another night. That is what we know concerning the war right now. Unless you're asking more generally, like what the politically what's like. Otherwise, politically, what's happened is Ukraine, Russia got kicked out of SWIFT. They pulled the plug on Russia's SWIFT membership. So countries have agreed on direct sanctions on the individual sanctions on Putin and his government. Like the high upper government officials. What else? Well, there's this, but this isn't exactly news. We need to know more about this before to say whether it's true or not. Did NATO play all of its cards with the latest sanctions? I think so. Yeah. I think all the cards have been dealt at this point as far as sanctions are concerned. The only extra thing said they could do as far as sanctions are concerned is flip over neutral countries. So, for example, if NATO members through diplomacy manage to flip over neutral countries like India, like China, like the United Arab Emirates, etc., then that would make the sanctions even harsher. But the chances of that happening, honestly, are pretty low. Maybe with India, but with others, it's even more difficult. And even with India, it's not at all guaranteed. India has strong ties with Russia, simply because India has been buying a lot of weapons from Russia. China's with Russia, not quite. China is very comfortably neutral in this conflict, as far as I can tell. Any potential for World War III, which we all don't want? I don't think. I do not think that right now there is a potential for World War III. I think Russia respects how dangerous crossing the NATO line would be. And in the end, that is why this is happening as well. Because if Ukraine was NATO, then Russia would have no influence over it. NATO is very, very dangerous in the sense that a single soldier, a single missile flies over a NATO border, and then it is World War III, with half the world against Russia. It would be terrible for everyone involved, and I don't think Russia is willing to have that happen. There's always potential, even when there isn't a direct war. I mean, technically, yes, there's always potential. I suspect if an EU member were attacked, UK as a NATO member would likely offer support, to be frank. Yeah, but the problem is... wait, what was Jama asking? I know what you're talking about, Milton and Jama, but if you're talking about what I was saying about Sweden and Finland, the problem is... the UK is no longer under the Lisbon Treaty, so there is actually no legal way for the UK to join in, say, Finland's defense. Liquor stores over here are pulling out all Russian products. Damn. China playing both sides. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Holy fuck, not going to link it, but Ukrainians are devastating Russian transports and tanks with Molotovs. Uh-huh. They profit from Russia because they cut off, and profit from the West because West needs stuff made, and they got population. Yes. We don't know how far Putin could go. I mean, in theory, anything could happen. Of course. But, hey, you're asking for my opinion? My opinion is that, as far as Europe is concerned, the NATO line is cannot be crossed by Russia, and the NATO line is here. It goes. It starts from the Romanian coast. It goes up here, goes around Ukraine, goes along Belarus, and then it encompasses the Baltic states. So Russia could go into Moldova, and nothing would happen to Russia. Well, except a war with Moldova, obviously. But Russia could declare war on Moldova without international consequences at this point. But Russia cannot declare war on Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, or Romania without terrible, terrible consequences. And concerning Finland and Sweden, yes, they are not part of NATO. If Russia attacks Finland, the US does nothing. Or, not nothing, but the US does the same it's doing with Ukraine. It just sends weapons, it sends money. However, if Russia attacks Finland, the entire European Union is then legally at war with Russia. So that would very quickly escalate into World War III anyways, and like NATO aggression. Perhaps. It's that one I'm on the fence. How long that border is between Russia and between Finland and Russia? Yeah, it's a long border. This one I'm a bit more on the fence. Like I have full sympathy and 100% understand why Finland and Sweden want to be part of NATO. Russia has shown it is a bad faith actor and that it does not respect its neighbors' sovereignty. So obviously, if you're a neighbor to Russia, you do want as much protection as you can get. 100%. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying I don't know if them joining NATO actually concretely really changes anything or not. Imagine at the next G20 summit, wonder do the other 19 leaders want to meet Putin? Look, the reality is, we do diplomacy with Xi Jinping. We do diplomacy with, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, the leader of Saudi Arabia. We do diplomacy with all sorts of world leaders. So, yeah, if there's a summit, Bin Salman, yeah. If there's an international summit and Putin is invited, then world leaders will talk with Putin. 500 tanks are entering Kyiv. Really? That's a lot of tanks, if that's the case. That would mean that the Russian cavalry has caught up to the to Kyiv. Nothing on UA live maps though. But yeah, large military convoy near Zdvizhivka, a village of Kyiv region. That was 8 hours ago. Oh, so yeah. I guess this convoy could have reached Kyiv by now for sure. That would make sense. Imagine Russia would invade Baltic states. Would Biden have the nerve to attack Russia? Yes. The problem if the US, if the NATO does not respond to aggression in the Baltic states, the problem is NATO falls apart. NATO is by definition no, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyways, I can't find it. NATO is, by its very definition, well, it's a defensive treaty, yeah, but I'm searching for an adjective. Anyways, NATO is, yeah, Article 5. NATO is unconditional. That's the word I was looking for. Unconditional. NATO is an unconditional, all-for-one defensive treaty. Unconditional. And that is what makes it its power. If there are exceptions to triggering Article 5, then NATO falls apart. It has no more value. Everyone loses confidence in the US and in NATO. So I think Biden has to. The US has to respond to any aggression that triggers Article 5. I'm a bit concerned about Biden's health and also US public opinion regarding another war when you look at their lassitude towards war in foreign countries. So that last part is an important. That last part is definitely an important argument. Being tired of war. Biden's health doesn't really matter to this. I think this discussion. And U.S. public opinion, my understanding is U.S. public opinion is in favor of the current hard U.S. stance. Macron said it was brain dead, by the way. What was brain dead? What if NATO will sell us to Russia? It happened before in the history of Romania. After World War II, the Allied forces sold us to the Soviet Union. Churchill gave Stalin 80% influence in Romania. Well, yeah, what Nept said in streams chat, the trust is the entire point. If you don't trust NATO and the US, then NATO is worthless. But if you do trust them, and if the trust is if they show that if they're worthy of the trust, then it is a thick red line that Russia cannot cross. US has not been in the defensive war in a long, long time. Yes. What are the chances Kyiv survives this wave of attack tonight? No one here knows, Kino. No one here knows what's actually going on in Kyiv. and no one here knows what are the actual odds of the fighting going on there. That's the reality. In fact, I would even go so far as to say no one on Twitch has any idea of what's most likely going to happen with Kyiv on a day-to-day basis. I would suspect even people on Twitch who are in Kyiv probably don't know if Kyiv is gonna fall or not. Simply because they are not aware of the status of the military. They don't know how the Ukrainian military is doing. They don't know how the Russian military is doing. The only people who might know that are the people deciding the strategies on both sides. And even they have incomplete information. Where's my Johns Hopkins dashboard? What? Did you guys see the tank running over a civil car? Pure fucking evil? Yeah. Hello, non-sleepers. Hello, Aureliano Timp. How are you doing? Can we normalize everything OTAN said instead of NATO? Okay, can you normalize saying OTAN instead of NATO? I'm gonna say NATO because I'm speaking in English. I have doubts it was intentional if you're talking about the one with the old man. Yeah, because there were several ones too. I don't know, man. I understand that visibility inside tanks is really low, but it's the tanks they have, like, if we're talking about the same video, the tank literally has a guy on top of it looking out of the turret. So I don't buy the we didn't see the car thing. I thought Russia blowing up the children's cancer hospital was pretty bad. Yeah, it was pretty bad. We talked about it earlier. Russia considers itself justified in attacking civilian targets. They've set up the justification with a tweet yesterday. NATO desu? Yes. Soldiers have this pleasure of running over cars, apparently. I was thinking of the anti-air tracked one that took a turn and then ran over a vehicle. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, maybe that one was a genuine mistake. But I don't know, man. PM me vid of one you're talking about might be wrong one. I don't hold on to them personally. Honestly, I don't really care about watching combat footage, especially not footage where people are dying or and stuff like that. And it's because I don't want to give in to morbid curiosity. Me looking at oh, you're talking to Voss Gubble to be. Okay, sorry, I thought you were talking to me. It's not something I do on stream. Even if it's like TOS legal, I'm not gonna start looking through Twitter at images of like planes and helicopters and all that stuff. That is not useful, first of all, to our understanding of the war, and also I think that there's something morbid to that. I genuinely think it's a bit morbid. I mean, it's fine if that's what you like watching. I'm not going to judge you, but for me personally, it makes me uncomfortable, and it's not what I want the stream to be about. Did you see this meme? Page 40. Harvard caps Harris poll. Page 40. Russian grievances of NATO's expansion does not justify invading Ukraine, say voters. Have you been paying attention to the brewing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, or have you not had the chance to? 40% paying close attention, 47% paying some attention, 14% no. Do Russian grievances about NATO expanding to its borders and its stated need for a security buffer justify it invading Ukraine, an independent country and a democracy, or not? 74% say that does not justify it. This is in the US, right? Yeah, US. Wow, 38% of Democrats think the war of aggression is justified. It's the fucking Zoomers, man. It's the fucking lefty Zoomers. Oh my god. I'm gonna I could masturbate and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Thank you for the follow, Vasagube. Dude, this is the kind of stuff, like, sometimes I criticize Destiny, but this is the kind of stuff where I'm like, fuck, you know? I'm gonna get blackpilled on this when I see this shit. This is blackpill. This is like political blackpill tier info for me. Zoomers were a mistake. This justifies my hate boner towards Hassan. Yeah. I honestly feel that for most NATO countries like France, Germany, and US, economy and capitalism and liquid economy is more important than saving or losing a small country member of NATO to Russia. That's a bit what the invasion of Ukraine reveals. Even if they are not part of NATO, it shows that capitalism is more important than a free country. That's why I'm a bit pessimistic about NATO. I disagree with your analysis because, simply because between the way Russia has organized the situation was very calculated in order to make NATO intervention trigger World War III. That is what Russia has schemed in the way it's approached its aggression in Ukraine, creating civil war, annexation. All those things mean that NATO intervention in Ukraine triggers World War III. It allows Russia to say, look, NATO is now at war with Russia. That is why NATO cannot intervene in Ukraine. It is not because NATO countries are scared of the economic consequences of war. It's because NATO countries do not have the legal justification for war and do not want to cause World War III in those kinds of conditions. It could very easily end in a nuclear war if that happens, honestly. Yeah, we all know what happens in the war. No need to watch videos of people suffering. That's exactly what I think, yeah. I watch them because I'm interested in what capabilities both sides have, so I could draw a conclusion on what the outcome could be. And I understand that. You do you, man. I do that by looking at info. God, my voice is broken ever since that 19-hour stream, man. I do that by looking at the live UA map and trying to analyze what's happening here. I just don't think, personally, I don't think I learned anything by watching the actual videos. I just watched this, I guess. What about wholesome curiosity? Putin said it. Russia will never lose. If they are threatened, the nukes will arrive, and then we all lose. And yes and no. That's not exactly what Putin said. But I think if what you're saying is what I think you're saying, then I agree. But it's just you said it in a vague way. For example, if Russia loses the war in Ukraine, then that does not lead to nuclear war, because Ukraine will have defended itself by itself with foreign aid, but by itself. And I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Thank you for the follow, Purko. Merci. What is this?
Birthday, so we're gonna be quiet. We have to.
My son was invited to the Empire State Building lighting ceremony to celebrate Sesame Street.
Okay, ready? We're gonna
Live returning to New York City. Oh, Twitter notification. I got into some Twitter beef, guys. Oh, it's... Is that Elmo? It is Elmo! Oh shit! I'm jealous. I never met Elmo. And the Cookie Monster. So fucking happy. You can do it. Cool. Yeah, that was pretty wholesome. God, I'm scared of looking at my Twitter notifications now. I'll look at him. Off screen. Wait, I already have a Twitter tab open here. Aww. Yeah. Aww. Okay, never mind. Nothing important was happening on Twitter. Love your hair, bro. Thank you. My hair loves you too. This is probably the only wholesome Ukraine meme. Oh god, it's a combat footage post. After I said I don't want combat footage, I'll check it out. Okay, this one is pretty funny. This is actually pretty funny. Alright.
How brave and heroic is Ukrainian to protect our soil, to protect our future, to protect our freedom and our democracy. We are in the center of Kiev. We
Oops.
are here to protect Ukraine and Russia.
Okay. All citizens, brain candy mini breaks will continue until morale improves. That is all. Yes. All right, I'm gonna leave the street cams for a minute. I am going to make some tea. Oh yeah, so Chicken, you asked nukes yet? No, no nukes, thankfully. I think you would have known already, honestly, if nukes are flying. Okay, is there anything to actually cover? I'm not gonna fall. I said it. I'm not gonna fall into the breaking news meta. Okay. Fuck Twitter drama. Oh yeah, there was this meme you wanted me to check out.
Famous last words in recent history. Русский военный корабль. Иди нахуй!
Mongolia tiptoes around Russian aggression towards Ukraine. That was the chinchilla meme. Crimea's strategic value to Russia. From the Center for Strategic and International Studies in 2014. Military benefits. The Sevastopol naval base, home to Russia's Black Sea Fleet. Yes. Talking about the lease to Sevastopol. The Black Sea Fleet provides Russia with a substantial operational capability within the immediate area. In 2008, for example, Russia used the fleet to ferry troops and to conduct a blockade against Georgia. Additionally, control of Crimea provides Russia with important strategic defense capabilities. While they may lack modern vessels, the Black Sea Fleet remains capable of addressing naval threats from other states in the region to Russian interests within the Black Sea. A thorn in Ukraine's side. Perhaps of equal importance was the need to regain influence over Ukraine's future direction, which was diminishing rapidly following the removal of Yanukovych. By taking control of Crimea, Putin is likely seeking to make integration with Ukraine much less attractive for the West. Yes, that is exactly what we've noticed since 2014. It has been mostly the plan. Preventing NATO and EU expansion. Okay, nothing new was learned from that article. Let's say a prayer for Ukraine and then play Elden Ring. Yeah, I'm working up towards it. We saw the video of Russian mobile ballistic rockets move. It was Yars thermonuclear intercontinental rockets. Well, we don't know. Not to be super skeptical. We know those are intercontinental rockets. We don't know what the payload is, don't we? Or if you do know, if you have like a reliable source, then please link me the article. I'd be interested in that. But my understanding is rockets are rockets, and you can put different payloads in them. So you can have intercontinental ballistic missiles with conventional explosives in them. Which is still really scary. But it's not the nuclear threat. When you face the final boss? What? Okay, I'm gonna heat the water. I'll be right back. This trumpeter is going to say the word at the end. Nope. There's only one payload on the rocket of this size, and particularly the vehicle moving it. I was not aware of that. I hope you don't mind, but I really do want to double check it. Russia ballistic missiles. 21 hours. Intercontinental ballistic missiles. 21 hours ago. I guess it's the... yeah, the footage of the Tuple M intercontinental ballistic missile. This is... yeah, we're talking about this, right? Oh, you're saying it's the Yars, but here they're saying it's the Tuple M. Okay, we're not talking about the same thing, actually. Because this is what I remember seeing yesterday. The footage of those ballistic missiles being transported through Moscow towards the western part of Russia. Would you bother putting anything else on an ICBM, to be frank? Especially since I imagine an ICBM launch would be detected and assumed to be a nuke. That's fair, yeah. I don't know, this video says it's a Tuple M. Maybe that's... you're saying it's an RS-24 Yars? I don't know, man. But that's fair, yeah. I forgot my cup. Yo, let's play some music. Apparently Kadyrov will be sending 10,000 Chechen soldiers to Ukraine. That's kind of old news. We already knew Chechen soldiers were being sent to Ukraine. I think that was yesterday or 2 days ago. There was already news of them being mobilized. My bad. No worries, no worries. Not the sort of thing we were used to asking ourselves until recently, yeah. So, like, if it's the RS-24 Yars, it's look at the specifications. This is what you linked me, Aureliano. The warhead, at least 3-4 MIRVs with 500 kiloton, 4-6 with 150 kiloton warheads. The concept is almost invariably associated with ICBMs carrying thermonuclear warheads, even if not strictly limited to them. That being said, yeah, like the point of why the fuck would you be moving those missiles, those ICBMs around without nuclear payloads in them? That actually is entirely a fair point. Most likely those are nukes. That was fake news of Chechen soldiers coming to Ukraine. It was Russian propaganda. Really? Do you have a... God. Well, I guess no... Oh, God. According to Al Jazeera, Kadyrov says Chechen units had so far suffered no losses, and Russian forces took large Ukrainian cities, including the capital of Kyiv, from 7 hours ago. Yeah, this sounds a bit like propaganda. Wait, where does he say that they took over Kyiv? Oh, no, he said Russian forces could easily take large Ukrainian cities. They have been reported to be killed by Ukrainian forces, some of it, yeah. Yeah, between... Like, even if we actually had good info sources, the fog of war would be brutal. But we also have to deal with the misinformation. I don't even know what's real anymore. That's also why I try not to focus on those parts of the information of the news. They are in the south, as far as I understood. Interesting. Okay. That's a weird one, Pulkor. And it's not really related to the war. Apparently a plane on flight radar drew the word relax above, what is this, Moldova? Yeah. Apparently a plane drew the word relax above Moldova using its flight path. That's just weird. It was a Russian propaganda video that showed the Chechen soldiers, and I know that's fake. Okay. Well, in any case, Kadyrov is claiming that Chechen soldiers have been deployed. I don't understand the claim that Putin as well has claimed that Chechen fighters have been deployed. I do not understand the claim that here they're saying that they say that the Kyiv was taken when that's clearly not the case, and here they say that what they're saying is that they could easily take. It may be a problem of translation, honestly. Honestly, if the war, who the hell believes Putin anymore? Yeah, I know. It does make sense for Russia to deploy the Chechen battalions, though. In general, it does make sense that that Russia reinforces the Ukrainian fronts. Now, this claim that there's no casualties or whatever, that's just pure propaganda, obviously. But yeah, deploying reinforcements, that's what you do in a war. That is how those things work. All right. That being said, I think we've pretty much covered anything new that's happened since yesterday. I'll join demonstrations on Monday. Nice. Well, good luck to Ukraine. Not much we can talk about in the current state of affairs. What is this? Oh, yeah, the Starlink notification. If war in Ukraine turns into guerrilla warfare, Russians will have a really tough time. Yeah, that is true as well. Yeah, I mean, things have escalated. Petite prière pour l'Ukraine et dodo pour moi. Good evening all. Alright, bonne nuit, Pulkor. It is, in certain... Many things are unknown, but... I don't know. Maybe I'm just on copium, but I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful for the... for Ukraine. Maybe I'm delusional on that. Who knows? Man, 47% of people 18 to 34 think that the Russian aggression is justified. Jesus Christ. I'm so tired of all media outlets calling anything that has tracks a tank. I hope negotiations start ASAP. Oh yeah, that's one thing I wanted to check yesterday. Let's look it up. Negotiation offers Ukraine, Russia. Ukraine rejects Russia's offer to negotiate. At a news conference said the Ukrainian side refused to start negotiations in Minsk, but Kyiv offered to discuss this issue Saturday. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov earlier said Russia is ready to send a delegation to Minsk for talks. Russia's intervention in Ukraine entered its second day Friday, with the latest reports indicating that Russian troops were heading towards the capital, Kyiv, from several directions. So the problem is, I saw what was the proposal for negotiation from Russia, and it was basically full-on surrender. Like we can only negotiate if we can only unconditional surrender. Like the offer was we start negotiations in Minsk first of all places, and only once you have given the order to the Ukrainian army to surrender. Like that's a lot of words to basically say you're asking for unconditional surrender. Now, has that changed? I genuinely doubt it. But let's see, this is a recent article, 8 hours ago. Or so relatively recent. Ukraine on Saturday denied claims that it had refused to negotiate with Russia. This is not true. We are open to realistic proposals to de-escalate the conflict. Earlier, Dmitry Peskov said the Ukrainian side has refused to negotiate. Oh, they don't talk about the demands for opening negotiations. Now the conditions were not clearly declared. That face when no war girlfriend. Well, I don't know who she is. We don't even know if she's Ukrainian. But she is a beautiful lady. And she has a gun. Azerbaijan proposed this support. Interesting. Hey bro, just come to Russia for negotiations. Promise you won't be disappeared, teehee. Yeah. Minsk is not Russia. In theory. Yeah, Ukraine not refusing to negotiate, but not ready for Russian ultimatums. Oh, this is a writer's article. Good. Oh. To log in. A second. Oh, I've reached my article limit. What? I logged in. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep as well. Alright, good night, I'm done it. Oh god. Oh, there we go. I have the article now. Hey bro, I just want to talk with you, my friend, like Vladimir to Vladimir. I promise I won't put some uranium under your chair. By the way, I'm Jamaica Vince on Discord. All right, cool. You joined my Discord? Nice. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Hey, speaking of which, if you're a new viewer, you can go follow me on Discord and stuff. And there's memes and other things. Ukraine on Saturday denied suggestions that it was refusing to negotiate a ceasefire with Russia, but said it was also not ready to accept ultimatums or unacceptable conditions. Podolyak, an advisor to the office of Ukrainian President Zelensky, told Reuters Ukraine has prepared a negotiating position, but was faced with impractical negotiating conditions from Russia. It was yesterday that the aggressive actions of the armed forces of the Russian Federation escalated, up to evening and night mass air and missile strikes on Ukrainian cities. We consider such actions only an attempt to break Ukraine and force it to accept categorically unacceptable conditions. Yeah, there you go. That's the state of the negotiations. Or, like, yeah. I don't know why I air quoted that. Man, why am I so tired? Why do I have this stuff open? Alright. Guys. Yeah, girls. We're finally moving on to Elden Ring. Souls. Noob. Enters the Elden Ring. I'm cutting you off. Russians are banned from Pornhub. That's the real sanction. Yeah, I saw that. Fucking Reddit posts on the subject, man. Of course, that's what they talk about. Alright. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh man, I'm so fucking tired. I actually don't know how long I can last. I've been streaming already for 3 hours. It goes by fast. Those streams go by so fast, man. Bro, did you have Putin in that wallpaper? I don't think so, no. Oops. What's this white screen? What's going on? No. There we go. Nah, I don't think there's a Putin in that wallpaper. Pretty sure there isn't. There is a mechanized Kim Jong-un, though. Okay, so I should play with a controller, right? Yeah, I'm gonna turn on my controller. Change to borderless in settings? Yeah, I will. Accept. Accept. Kim Jong-un is not cool, but toggle auto lock, manual attack aiming. Okay, oops. So you're gonna create character next 3 hours and then gonna start tomorrow? You think so? You would think so. Okay, I think this is fine. Subtitles on, sure. Display blood on, sure. HUD. Tutorials, yes. HDR. Fuck it, turn it on. Let's go crazy with the graphics, man. Borderless windowed. Yes. Okay. Quality settings. Maximum? No, let's keep it to high. Or no, let's try maximum. Fuck it, dude. Pretty sure your monitor isn't even HDR compliant. It is. My monitor is HDR 800 or 600 compliant. I forgot which one. Good night, Aureliano. Thanks for dropping by. See ya. Okay, do we want to try maximum settings? That might be... I got a RTX 3080, so... it might work. How much does it cost for you to build the PC? So the RTX 3080 cost me 950 euro. Did I just crash the game? Oh no. I think my PC build is like including the monitors is like a 3,000 euro PC build basically. That was quick. Back to Ukraine discussion. Yeah. Oh. Oh, those are options. I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I thought I glitched out. Vagabond, warrior, hero, bandit, astrologer, prophet, samurai, ayaya, prisoner, confessor, wretch. Okay. Stop Elden Ring right now. The government of Ukraine needs your help. Slava Ukraina. He's finally playing it. I am. Finally. Oh my god. You are not joking that it's going to take me 3 hours. Oh no. Oh no. Where do I go? I like the bandits looks. I like the warriors looks. I like the vagabonds. I'll go vagabond. Body type B. Name. Name. Wake the fuck up, samurai. If I would get a message like this from Xin Ping Pong, I'll definitely join him in this con. What the fuck are we talking about? Have a nice play. Thanks for the talk. Alright, thanks for dropping by, Vasagube. See you. Aged. Mature. Aged. Like fine wine. Oh, we're gonna be young. A keepsake? Oh! A medallion inlaid with crimson amber increases maximum HP. The gold of grace shine in the eyes of the people of the lands between. Used to gain many runes. A golden seed washed ashore from the lands between. Said to reinforce sacred flasks. Ashes are said to hold spirits within. A container for certain throne items. Breaks the seal on imp statues, but can only be used once. Said to originate from the demigod Miquella. Boosts physical damage negation. Attracts enemies' aggression. Not playing a female character, not your feminist of you. No, I'm playing a body type B character. What are you talking about? Why are French so in love with communism, especially Maoism? There is a strong intellectual tradition in France. So a lot of Maoist intellectuals actually studied philosophy or politics in France, and there they befriended the French intellectual elites of their times. There was a lot of cross-pollination between the two groups in France. There's a lot of history with communism in France for several reasons like that. I watched La Chinoise, so I know a bit about it from there. Okay. I have not watched that movie, so I don't know. Attracts enemies' aggression. How does that work? 5 sacred branches charged with beguiling power. Said to originate from the demigod Miquella. This feels like an... Honestly, you know what this feels like? This feels like the choice the main character has to do at the start of an isekai story. And if I follow isekai logic, the best item to take is the worst one. The only way to get the true good ending is to take the item that gimps me the most, the Shabiri's Woe. You know what I mean? Like, so many isekai actually start out that way. Play Elden Ring with Hassan. Oh no. But you know what I mean? So many isekai work that way. I'll try it out. I'll probably like die right away. Oh, those are templates. Right, I want a custom appearance. You know what? I'm changing my mind. I'm gonna try to make myself here. Wait, I cannot hear it? Oh, sample. That sounds like me. Or maybe is that me? Yeah, that's actually me. Nah, that's not me. Mature voice too. Man, those are some Coomer voices. New follower sound right there, yeah. Okay. Adjust face template. Should I? Alright, which one looks the most like me? Needs that, like, bumpy nose, though. I got that bumpy nose. Alright, let's go with this one. Form emphasis. Top left looks like you? Yeah. I don't understand what this is changing. Oh. Oh, the nose. It's changing the schnauzer. Oh, look at this schnauzer. Oh my god. Hey, Roserk, how are you doing? This is not very realistic, let's be real. Where the fuck are the food pics? Not posted yet. Apparent age. I don't like the chin. Now that I'm looking at it, I don't really like the chin. Day 6 of asking for food pics. I'm sorry. I don't have this, like, or do I? And I don't know. Hey, Orlov Mamont, how are you doing? Bro, I miss Merkel. I want to be a femboy. Yeah. Facial balance. Oh no. I need to remove the hair. Oh, I cannot remove the hair. What's facial balance? Oh, I can tweak the nose size though. Make nose big like KGB. Clip that. I want to be a femboy. Of course I do. Everyone wants to be a femboy. The ones who say they don't want to be a femboy, they're lying. Narrow vertical face. Yeah, this is fine. Facial feature slant. Horizontal face ratio, what the heck is that? Oh, this. Okay. Forehead glabella. Oh god. This is way too much. This is way too much. Lip shape. Ooh. Happy. I'm gonna be a happy person. Thick lips. Nah, I don't have that. I don't have those kind of lips. The face. Okay. Have you seen those videos where the girl makes her video game characters look exactly like her? Pretty awesome if I'm being honest. I kind of want to try that, but without like actually having to put in too much work, because I'm lazy. Hopefully I get close enough, is what I'm hoping for. Let's see. What could resemble my hair? Oh no, my hair is not represented. I thought this game was inclusive. It's not inclusive of my hair. Okay, maybe like when I had long hair, we can go with that. Or like in or this. Oh no, this is me in the future, okay? 13 just for the wispiness. Oh yeah, 13 could work. 13 is like long hair, and I haven't washed it in like 3 weeks. That could work. Otherwise, this is like me in 10 years, like as the balding progresses. Maybe less than 10 years, let's be honest. Ooh, I like this one. I actually really like this one. What do you guys think? Oh, crap. Immediate future, manin. Yeah. No cat ears? No cat ears, no. Edgy, yes. Do the dark as my soul hair. Yeah. Hair color. This kind of fits, actually. This does not fit. How will you see, forehead? Killing was your biggest mistake. Luster. Very unlustrous hair. Root darkness. It's not going to change anything visible. And white hairs. I actually have some white hair. Gonna leave it out here. I want to eat ice cream with Putin and Erdogan. Why? I'm sure they can afford to feed you good ice cream, that's for sure. Eyebrows? Well, we don't see my eyebrows anyways. So does it even matter? Probably not. I'm gonna ignore that. Facial hair. Oh yeah, facial hair. There we go. And stubble. They already ate ice cream and they didn't invite me. Rip. Eyes. Perfect. Skin features. Pores. Skin luster. Plain. Dark circles. Oh yeah, under my eyes. Yeah, fuck it. I haven't slept in forever. Or I've been sleeping. No. Yeah, let's do it like this. Cosmetics. No. Tattoos? I don't have any tattoos. No. Okay, I went too far on the... Okay, I went too far on the eyes. I went too far on the eyes. On the dark circles. Jesus Christ, this does not look like me. Where's the big caca? Have you seen the video? No, I have not seen the video, actually. Okay. All right, let's try. Did you see this, by the way? Just announced. Secretary Blinken. Oh yeah, the disconnection from Swift. Yeah, I saw that.
Tell a story.
Absolutely.
The great Elden Ring was shattered.
Where should I put the camera?
In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will.
This is giving you Sweetie Stuff vibes. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Ye tarnished, ye dead, who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
Very good.
Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
Main character, hells yeah.
Across the fog, to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring. And become the Elden Lord.
Okay. By the way, so Democrat, I was reading your conversation in Streams chat. Alright, good night, Andrew. Have a good sleep. New the ring. Wait, am I already invaded? What? Who was that? Certain banks being affected by the SWIFT stuff. If I understand correctly, it means Russian banks will only be able to only be able to do transactions with each other. They'll be cut off from all international transactions until other countries' banks sign into MIR, which is the Russian alternative for SWIFT. My controller is not working. Oh, because my mouse is outside? Okay. Oh, read message. Time for Elden Ring. Oh, he's praising the sun. Look at him. Applaud this message, yes. Hey, what about the certain banks part? I'm not sure what that means, though. No. I want to go home. This is my first time playing a Souls-like, by the way. Oh, this is my shield bash. Okay. This is to defend. No, it's the ring emote. You skipped it. Restart Madga. Oh, this is my map. Okay. The certain banks part. It might mean that they are just... Wait, how do I roll? Do a barrel roll. Oh, like this. The certain banks part probably means that there are that the main banks got affected right away, and other banks might be affected later. I'm not sure what it means, honestly. I'm just speculating. Okay, so I can roll without putting my guard up. Cool. Though the path be broken and uncertain, claim your place as Elden Lord. Pillage remains. Tarnished wizened finger. Okay. What is that? Oh, the Tarnished Wizened Finger is for multiplayer? Is it? Inventory. Used to write messages to other worlds. Oh, I see. It's for messages. Okay. Rump ahead. Are you ready? Be wary of door. Chapel of Anticipation. There's blood on the floor. Kick in the door, wave in the 4-4. Papa ain't something no more. Door's blocked shut, okay. Nobody move, there's blood. Nobody move, there's blood on the floor. And I can't find my heart. I touched the blood stain. It does nothing. Precious item ahead. Pointing that way. This is obvious bait. This is obvious bait. I don't even need to have played those games to understand that. Everyone's talking about Elden Ring in Elden Ring. How surprising. Ah, grass. Let's touch... We are touching grass, guys. Kinda needed to touch grass after all that Ukraine stuff. TPH. Could be something here. There's nothing here. Never mind. Touch Grace. Good one. You forgot the Elden Ring in the prologue? Yeah, I know. Touch Grace plus no rings plus L plus Elden ratio. That's a good one. Is that something I can pick up?
My advanced intelligence can be used like an octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
Thanks to the follow, Rodney McDermott. Hello, man. How are you doing? Gesturing required ahead. Wait, how do I gesture? I have a halberd. Oh my god. Wicked. But that also does not help me gesture. How do you gesture in this game? I am so confused. Yeah, I don't know. No item ahead. Lies. Oh, truth, actually. Try gesturing. Seek lover and then offer hole. Poetic. Okay, so there's a way of climbing up there. How did they do it? Is it by jumping from this? No. My guy, I'm stuck. This game is literally built to be not one. I've heard it's very difficult. As you can see, I'm right at the beginning, so there's not much I can do to help you. I wish I could. I can't even figure out how to do gestures, so as you can tell... I know, are you a Souls veteran? Because I am not. This is my first Souls game that I've ever played. Yeah, there's nothing to do here. Offer corpse? Yes. Good. Offer corpse. What do they mean? What do they mean by this? Jumping off ahead. This does not look like a good jump. Oh, someone's fighting here. Good luck. Okay, there was a fight. Never mind. I'm stuck on the guy with the horse like you. Oh. This is not the guy with the horse. Ow, I was rolling. Okay, never mind. I can't roll. I'm dead. Okay, this is gonna be very easy. Don't worry, I got this. Oh, sorry, like you meant like you have to fight the boss off the bat, but I just went around him. Oh, you avoided that boss. Okay. That's plus plus. Oh yeah, for that's wait, why can't I? Let's check. That's death count. I'm sorry, I don't remember what the command is. I forgot to set it up before the stream. I can fix it real quick. During the cinematic. Man's death without an S. Okay.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on his side. We found him here, after all. One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring. Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
What are you talking about, lady? Name drop. Yeah. The hunt on Neyman has begun. Yeah. Time to stream snipe. And invade. What happens if you beat that boss that just destroyed me? Wait, why am I rotating? Oh, because my... Okay, never mind. Because I alt-tab. Flask of Crimson Terrors, Flask of Cerulean Terrors. Cave of Knowledge lies below. Be wary of strong foe. Are you ready? Brave Tarnished, take the plunge of learning and remembrance. Recall the arts of war and your warrior's blood. What if I'm not a warrior? What do I do then? First off, jumping. Something incredible ahead. I have doubts about that. It's a stone wall. Yeah. Incredible. Oh, wait, this direction? Behold, dark. I actually got scared there. There's nothing here. What's with this tree? Huh. Getting stun locked on reading ground messages. Of course I am. Man, this game is cool. Maiden count? Wait, what's the maiden? I'm only partly joking. I'm a completionist in the video games. I would definitely read everything and explore everything. Yeah. Oh, what is this? Touch grace. We're touching grass! Grass is touched. Huggers. Examine. Use stone sword key. No stone sword key inventory. Oh, okay. Attacking ahead. Use tarnished furled finger to write a gold summon sign. Oh, that's for co-op. Okay. Wait, finger sever? Oh, that's like remove the co-op? What's with anti-gravity bots? What do you mean? Isn't that normal? Wait. I can't go through this. Never mind. Oh, I understand. I need a key to activate this to go through there. Never mind. Try lever. Wow. I wasn't gonna do that. I can't touch the lever because of the message. Can I use the finger to remove the message? Creates a summon sign for co-op. Sends another one or oneself home. Used to write messages in the worlds. Never mind. Oh yeah, and what's the with those flasks? Restores FP, restores HP. Okay. No! How do I... Wow, thank you. Great advice. I'm literally stuck on a lever. Oh, maybe... Nah, I've tried that already, right? There has to be a way. There has to be a way of moving the lever, right? Oh my fucking god. This is so dumb. Enter VR and grab the lever, yeah. Hey, what are you fighting, buddy? Oh. Oh my god. The fucking bait. Oh no. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. Liar ahead. Break the pots. Limgrave. Oh, fuck. There's a guy on a horse. Is that the guy you're talking about, Rodney? That low-key seems sus. Just gonna touch some grass, okay? Grass exists to guide the tarnished and lead them along the proper path. Even now, some sites of grass retain that power. Their golden rays will guide you along your way. The map.
Oh, yes. Tarnished, are we? Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Hmm? Of course you have. No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless.
What?
Without guidance, without the strength...
Did you just call me an incel?
And without an invitation to the round table hold, you are fated, it seems, to die in obscurity.
Wow. Time for tears. Behold, tranquility. There's some eagles here? I fucking missed. Bird. Maidenless. Look, I'll get all the maidens, okay? I swear. All the maidens shall be mine. I wonder if you can get on that island. Enter Elden Ring, immediately red-pilled. Squad W. Crap. It is beautiful. Oh, more animals. Get fucked. Thin beast bones. Okay. Aww. I feel bad now. That was an innocent creature. Well, this is not an innocent world. We be hunting wabbits. Waska we wabbits. How do you run? I'm confused. Summoning pools. In each area you may find effigies of martyrs. Those effigies are summoning pools. You'll find it easy to summon other players at these locations as co-op and hostile summoning pools created with small effigies gather at summoning pools. Okay. Time for friendship. Fruits. Nice. This is actually Skyrim now. We're walking around picking up fruit. Collecting flowers. Okay, where's the big horse guy? Oh. I have an idea. Do you think this is gonna work? Fuck. I did 0 fucking damage to him. I rolled too soon. Ah, fuck. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm dead. I need to give power to update the death count. Death plus. Okay. Upon dying, you'll be arrived at the last state of grace. You'll drop any runes. Wait, how do I change the selection and the... what? Like, look at the bottom. I got the Flask of Cerulean Terrors selected now. Wait, what happened to my shield? Oh, there it is. Oh. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting, but also, how do I equip the life pots again? I'm confused. Do I discard? No. I'd probably suggest keeping the HUD on. True. Hey, Slow loves Meal. How are you doing? Is the CIA Pareto efficient? What? I suggest being nice to the ferrets. Too late, Alric. I'm already a ferret murderer. Okay, real talk. How do I change? How do I change my equipment in the hot items in the bottom left? That's not Alpine, right? You're allowed to tell me how to change it. Never mind. I figured out. Never mind. Wait. So how do I drink? Wait. How do I drink it again? Oh, it's B. I think. Okay, we're not going to be using the... we are not going to be using the shield. Will they talk about the Minsk Accord? I think it's too late for that. Nice. Ow! Ow. Ow. How many times do you have to teach you this lesson, old man? No help. Honestly, I don't know what the if there are gonna be peace stocks. I don't know what they are gonna be. I hate that this game has hard-coded Xbox inputs on screen when you play with keyboard. Yeah, that is weird. Oh, it's raining now. Okay, we are going... This guy has a horse? How do you get a horse? Oh, is it because they're a samurai? Fuck. Ow. 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 Possible en français, je me débrouille, mais jusqu'à un certain niveau. Non, je pense pas que... Bah, déjà, ils sont pas en situation de... Là, il n'y a pas d'accord de... Enfin, il n'y a pas de discussion de paix, à ce que je sache. Donc là... This dude's scary, yeah. Should I use the shield? It feels like that's something, like another thing I have to learn. Like, I'm probably going to do better without the shield. So Slow was asking about the Minsk Accords. I think we're way... I don't see that being relevant, at least for now. Nice. Dodge that. Oh, FPS drops. Wait. No. Oh, we can use the rock. I have a plan. Ow. Oh, I dodged. Okay, never mind. Okay, Kartoffelkopf. Can I give you the... I don't want to be updating the death counter. Can I have you updating the death counter, please? That's, Okay, what's our plan? Our plan is to lower graphics qualities. We have some, Oh, gotta go back to title menu. Yeah, I know you cannot. Well, actually, but I'm gonna change it. And I'm gonna change it by modding you, Kartoffelkopf, because that's the easiest way to do it. Don't like abuse your mod powers, okay? You are now a mod in my chat, so you can update the death count. Not paying enough attention, I'll miss a lot. Okay. RIP. I can unmod you then. I can get some. Cool. If you don't want it, then that's fine, obviously. Can I just avoid this guy? Let's be real. Mushrooms. Ferret lulz only in chat. Yeah, watch out. If you post other stuff than ferret lulz, Kartoffelkopf's gonna ban you now. That's what he's gonna use his power for. Oh, what's that? Looks like a flying goblin thing. Let's go see the flying goblin thing. Wait, why is there something in the bush? Oh, there's several flying goblin things. I'm an idiot. They're flying! How do I hit them? Help? Auto-targeting? Ah, fuck me. I can't hit them! This sucks! Fuck. It's like 5 million of him. Okay, I think I need to... Finally! One down. Got one flask back. Yeah, do you have an overhead attack? I think the sword's better for fighting them. Or it felt like I could actually hit them. Like, I have this. Oh yeah, let me try. Oh, I had this attack. That maybe was better. That being said, I have no HP left. The FPS doesn't feel very good. I think I actually need to lower the settings. I'm sorry. Just trying to figure out like which settings are going to be comfortable to play with while streaming. Oh, I see. That's this attack. Alright, do we keep on exploring? I think we do. Ooh, there's a marsh down here. With some nasty looking blob tentacle things. And mosquitoes. Dragon ahead? Bird. Herb. Did you fight the Gargolon yet? What is... Oh, Gargolon, these nuts. I got him. Really good one. Never heard that one before. What is that? Gold-tinged excrement? Oh, it's a dung beetle. Oh. Teardrop scarabs. There are both crimson and cerulean teardrop scarabs. Defeat them to replenish the flasks that match their type. Oh. Nice. Nice! Nice. Kick the skull down the hill. Wait, there's people down... Oh, no, there's people down there. This is a bit spooky. There's a big castle here. I'm just gonna pick shit up. Are we gonna fight? Yeah, we are gonna fight. I see how it is. Oh, his attack's so fast! The fuck? I didn't... Fuck me. I swear to God, I dodged that attack and I lost my focus. Opium. Fuck your barrels. Fuck your pots. That's what you get for disrespecting me. That broke down. Oh, there's an item over there. A lot of guards. A lot of guards. Like, if I fight the guards one by one and don't fuck up like against the previous one, this is easy. Wait, why is that guy... Oh. Run. Uh-oh. He called the alarm. No. No. I'm leaving, it's fine. It's cool, guys. Why are you faster than me? No need to, we don't need to fight. I'm leaving, buddy. Are they still chasing me? The music's still on. Oh shit. Actual stealth mechanics. I think I could ambush. Yeah, I'll ambush the torch guy here. Look at this. Look at this. Solid snake tactics. I'll pick him off one by one. I might have fucked up. Okay, he does two. I'm bad at this game. Oh, I'm covering up the HP bar. Wait, sorry, this is fucked up. This is where I should put my screen. Alright, my camera. There you go. Yeah. That fight did not go so well. It's okay. We didn't want to actually win anyways. Oh, fuck. Guys, see that big wolf? That looks scary. That being said, I got a plan. My plan worked. Nice. Never mind. My plan did not work. Oh, it kind of did. Oh, it kind of did. Yeah, we can do this. Especially if they get distracted every time. This is totally winnable. Not even hard. I did not beat Horse Guy. I avoided him. Of course I didn't beat him. What do you think? Oh, this is the horny guy. That's the one who did the alert earlier. Still maidenless, Pepilaf, yeah. Still maidenless. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We're running. This is not working out. No maidens plus no grace. I touched grass earlier. I assure you, I properly touched grass. Oh, it's just one guy. How hard can it be? Ow. How hard can it be? I have the add death command on copy paste. Body's ready. My body's ready. Oh, yeah. All right, let's try the horse guy. Let's actually beat him. We are no longer going to be maidenless. Whatever the fuck that means. It's pretty fast in that armor, yeah. The spare dudes are really fast. So I have a plan here. I was gonna... No! I was gonna lock him. And instead of locking him, it turned my camera around. Fucking broken game. This is the absolute worst game I've ever played. Did he just spot me? Oh. I did 0 damage there. 5 runes, we did. I was gonna dodge. I missed. How did that hit me? That hit. And that hit me again. Oh no. Eddie. Ah, fuck. You bitch. If I don't dodge, I die. At this point. I missed quick. Should have paid attention to the lore. Literally told you the Elden Ring was broken right at the beginning. True. His halberd is larger than mine. That is true. Yeah, I have noticed. I just put in the chat box and just wait to press enter. Yeah, small halberd. Small halberd. Fucking losers. Yeah, I got an idea. Look at this. Target. Locked. Halberd. Charge. Set. Look at it. Half his HP gone in one attack. Almost. Ow. I dodged too early. I healed too late. I dodged too early. Nice. Fuck. I keep dodging too early. No, I did full damage with my attack. Also, okay. This might seem them. I actually am getting like big FPS drops. I think I need to quit borderless and just do normal. Normal full screen. The performance is usually better when you do normal. I'm still getting FPS drops. Look at the damage. That is not 20-50 damage, my dude. That whiffed. I don't know why I chose to attack there. Why did I not dodge? Fuck me. Are we desktop? I'm game capturing. I'm game capturing, but I'm still getting ready to. Game is known to have shitty FPS outdoors. Okay. Yeah. I need to go over the like details in the graphics settings. Probably. It's a little bit better now that I'm no longer in windowed full screen, but still. I can turn off motion blur. SSAO quality. What is SSAO? Ambient occlusion? Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry. The game's gonna get a bit uglier. If it seems like if I don't do a 2 PC setup, it's not gonna be playable otherwise. That's still beautiful, honestly. They want to look any different on stream. Yeah, that is true as well. That is absolutely true. I'm still getting it. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna do this. I dodged. dodged way too late and early. Way too early. I'm dead. Careful when you go low on some games, it shifts this graphics sanctuary into CPUs who end up bottlenecking the CPU. It's probably going to be better on the CPU than on the GPU, because I'm encoding the stream on the GPU. So that's actually probably what I want. But it did say I need to go back to the main menu for the settings to affect, so I'm going to do this real quick. I might have to encode on my CPU though. I know for some games I've had to do that. Wait, what's my setup? I think it said that it says it in the like Twitch about info. I got my GPU is an RTX 3080. My CPU's Ryzen 5950X. Ah, I thought the horse was gonna hit me, not the halberd. Tree Sentinel. I'm wondering if they... Oh, fuck! I did not dodge that this time. You have a 5950X and you aren't CPU encoding? Yeah, I know. I should set CPU encoding. Let me double check actually. What am I encoding on? Yeah, I'm hardware encoding. Yeah, I should set it to the CPU. You are right. But for that, I would have to restart the stream, so it'll be for like tomorrow or Monday, depending on when if I stream tomorrow or not. When there's no rain, it gets a lot better. Is Elden Ring better than Dark Souls? I don't fucking know. I've never played Dark Souls. Fuck, it's way too early. Blows. Boss, not a good. If you have disconnect protection on, just go OBS, it'll maintain the stream. I don't know if I have it on. I don't think I do, honestly. Horsey boy. Is it Twitch setting so you can enable it easily? Okay. I might have it disabled because of multi-streaming, if I recall correctly. It might not work with multi-streaming. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh, the range! Tu vois un peu qui je suis? Gentil mon père ou pas du tout? Le Mao. Pas du tout. Non, mais dans le chat. Ah oui, dans le chat, oui. J'étais en train de croire que tu me disais que tu me connais IRL. No, I have not set up the password yet. I don't understand. I'll have to ask like, I'll have to ask you like how to do that stuff, I guess. Oh, God, I keep dodging way too early. Okay. Set up a password, people with the same password will invade you or co-op you. Okay. I'll do it after I beat Horse Guy, okay? Right now I want to focus on beating Horse Guy and actually being capable of playing the game. I feel like that's a pretty reasonable approach. Ouais, sinon, il y a Dame Danette qui est modo, elle est française, comme tu peux t'en douter du nom. Sinon, dans les réguliers, je sais pas trop. Oh, he dodged. That sucks. Perfect dodge. Not perfect dodge. I'm an idiot. I dodged the wrong way. I'm still alive? Wait, was I still alive? I stopped looking at the screen. I thought he killed me. Fuck. I'm unironically afraid that people would like come and co-op me here. That's also why I want to deserve this kill. I didn't think you were. I already sent the command. Okay. I just like stopped looking at the screen when he hit me there. Alright, let's be rational about this. I need to learn like the attacks and the timings. Some of them I'm dodging well. Opium. Fuck! How does he get to dodge my attacks? How is that fair? Oh, come on, I was dodging. Why don't I dodge that every single time? Oh, I missed my dodge. Yeah, pretty unfair he gets to dodge when you never dodge any of his attacks. Yeah, exactly. I'm doing honorable PvP. I am not dodging his attacks. Why does he get to dodge mine? This is unethical gameplay. Going on all sneaky beaky like. Yeah, I think I understand how to hit him with the first sneak attack. The issue is, I need to not hit him. Look at this, I need to start it from further away, actually. Like, if I go from here, there we go. Why? I missed it. Okay, never mind, just kill me. Just fucking kill me. I start drinking instead of doing an attack. What is that? A bell with a temple on top of it? Anyways, the art is amazing. I can't wait to like learn more about this world and everything. That's really, really cool. How many deaths am I on? I am not gonna alt tab. Got him. Ow. How? How does she slap? Can't wait to get to another area. Feel strong, man. Maybe someday. Hey, this is such a nice game. With only one enemy that I cannot beat. Feels so good fighting the same enemy. Truly, at least you know how people talk about how modern games, there's less and less content in them. You solo campaigns last 5 hours. It takes you 5 hours to finish a game. In this game, it takes you 5 hours to beat one enemy. Oh, fuck me. Ah, I should have waited for the halberd hit. Strike. I dodged too late. Kanzatomi. No, it's just you. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm sure you first tried this boss, Bukra. Absolutely. There is no way this took you more than one try. Maybe two. Maybe 2 tries. Yeah, at this rate, the game could just be a 5-hour-long quick-time event. You just press A to pick up lost souls after you respawn. What lost souls, homie? I have 0 souls in this game. 7 hours in, I killed this boss. Epila? Yeah. I got this. Nice. Ow. I don't got this. I dodged! dodged too early. Okay, I'm starting to get the hang of it. Wait, I'm starting to get the hang of it, I swear. You could tell, I was fighting better that this try, right? I can feel it, I can feel it. Oh my god. It's like... I'm not there yet, but I can feel progress. I'm learning. I'm learning the attacks, I'm learning the timings, I'm learning how to approach this problem. He's evolving beyond all expectations. I have a plan. I clicked the wrong button. I missed time. I died. My best advice, don't forget the word is big enemies are everywhere. Some are more than you can chew. Come back when you feel ready. Yeah, I avoided him earlier and explored a bit. But I really want to try some more. I know it's dumb. I know you probably like go away, get stronger, and come back. I can tell from the fact that you can just avoid him. But God, it's so close. And not so close, but I can feel I'm pretty close to understanding the pattern. One lady on Twitch killed him level 1. Damn. Ah, fuck, wrong dodge. How did that not hit? Wrong dodge. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. I messed those up. My range, I barely can't hit him after that attack. I was dodging in the back. Why am I heavy rolling? I'm a complete noob, man. I don't know what is heavy rolling, or that there are different kinds of rolling. This is my first time playing a Souls game, so please bear with me. What is heavy rolling? Who told him that? Ban him? Why? What? What is this? Some kind of meme? Oh, So I'm gonna read that right after this battle, but I think I understand what you're talking. I'm an idiot. Ah, fuck! I forgot the second attack after that. I'm dead. Okay, so there might be. So in the Souls games, there's a weight system. Depending on the percentage of weight you put the gear, takes up your maximum weight. You'll have one of 3 rules. Encumbrance. Okay, let's try that. So weight 3.5, weight 3.5, weight 4, 10, 3.5, 5. Okay. So if I remove this, I'm on medium load. Light load. So let's keep the halberd. This is, medium load right away. No. Okay. Let's try it. Look at left stats. What do you mean left stats? Oh, right stats. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Okay, so now... Oh! Oh yeah, I'm rolling so much faster! That changes everything! Why didn't no one tell me? Thank you so much, King Andy. This looks so dumb, though. Ah, fuck! Stupid fucking camera. Why did it unlock? You pick the thing that gives you more aggro from mobs. Good luck, try harder. Yeah. If you two-hand your weapon, you'll get more reach on attack. Oh, so the logic with the thing, gain more aggro from mobs. I'm just looking at this. I read Isekai. You know how the hero in the Isekai, he gets this, he gets to talk to like a goddess and pick a superpower, and they always pick the one that looks the most dangerous, or that looks the worst, and then they end up becoming the most powerful. If you two-hand your weapon, you'll get more reach and attack faster. Wait, I can two-hand my weapon? How? Also, wait, odd lock on. Okay. Genius, that's absolutely genius argument. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Interact button plus light attack. I'm an idiot. As you can see, I'm not yet used to the buttons. Oh, I can memorize spells? I don't have any spells. Interact button is Y. Okay. Oh! Oh! Thank you. That's that changes a lot. Rock Lee moment. Yet another practical example why being a weeb fucks up your life. Actually true. Actually true. There's nothing I can respond to that. Oh, I'm an idiot. Interrupted? Yes. Oh, that hurt. Ah, I mistimed it. I mistimed it again. All right, thank you very much, King Andy. This feels so much better. Like the late roll and everything. And it's not like the armor is actually helping me survive. I don't really feel the difference from the two-handed wielding. Like the range still feels really scuffed, but his halberd is bigger than mine, so not much I can do about that. Let's be real. Maybe I shouldn't use my... I can't use my special attack that many times. I don't have that much mana. Maybe I shouldn't sneak attack with it. I can use it to like get back closer to him later on. Oh, I probably shouldn't block on, no? Yeah, like I like using it here. Ah, fuck. Dodged too early. I'm dead. They'll have different movesets, like one might have a sweep, the other a stab. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, I need to pay attention to that. So this one... Yeah, there's a little combo heavy attack there. Did you see this, Greg W? He'd find a big club, Greg W. Oh, I can roll into him. Oh, I can roll into him. Yeah. I can roll into him, so I can. So I'm in range to attack. That's one of the things I've been missing.
And I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks so much for the follow, King Andy. Rolls have iframes. Yeah, I've noticed that. I've noticed the iframes. Don't spoil him. That's why I like close the clip right away when the boss got beaten. All I learned was the tactic of rolling into him in order when dodging certain attacks, so I can. That's okay. Ah, failed. Nice. 2 attacks. I should have dodged right after the second one. Shit. Ah! I'm dead. I struggle with the jumping attack, with dodging it with the right timing. It is still killing me. Oh, I just realized something. You need better underwear. I know. I just realized something, by the way. I can replenish my mana. There's no reason for me to... Yeah, I should use my special attack more. I can replenish my mana. I have the Cerulean Tears flask. Ah, fuck me. No, no. I misread which attack he was doing. Completely misread which attack he was doing. I'm on a horse, man. I forgot to lock on. Oh. That's what you did, okay. Ah, I mistimed it. Big yikes. I got so many fruits. Bitches don't know about my fruits. I need to focus up. I had some good attempts earlier. And moments where I was actually dodging the attacks and everything, and I feel like I kind of lost concentration. So let's focus up. Okay. Get some distance. Ah, I should dodge right away. And I dodged too early. I'm misreading the attacks again. Earlier I was trying to internalize them, and now I'm not doing it properly. I think I'm being too greedy with the whole rolling towards him and trying to actually attack him. I feel like I'm spamming chat, yeah. I need to just like keep chilling and rolling away until I know what pattern he's gonna do, and then I can roll towards him and attack. I need to just play it safer. I'm just being a bit too greedy with the... I think that's the solution. Ah. How did that not dodge? Ah! What's the death count? You need to look at my Twitch chat to see the death count. It's probably like 20 or something at this point. I don't know. I have not been counting. How come I'm level 9, by the way? I saw this earlier when looking at my status. Apparently I'm level 9. How is that? Oh, I guess I started at level 9. The start height shows. I understand. Okay. Makes sense. Some starting classes start with more levels, I see. 27 deaths and I probably missed 1 or 2. Okay. Nice. Doing it. Oh, that wasn't. Wow, that act's nasty. Oh, he dodged it. What an asshole. Ah, fuck. Okay. Oh, that hit me? Ow. Okay. Hey, I took it down to half HP this time. We are making progress. Good attempt, though, yeah. So once I take him down past half HP, he gains this attack where he jumps and it's like does some AoE. I guess I just need to run away at that point, no? I'd consider progressing a bit further in the game. I think you have the merit for this. I just don't think you're 100% ready yet. Yeah, I know. I have this dumb part of my brain that, like, now that I see this as a challenge, and once I see it as a challenge, I like kind of want to do it just for the challenge. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care about it being repetitive or dying a lot or just. It's almost like the fact that it'll be easier later makes me not want to do that. Oh, fuck, I forgot he follows up on that attack. Oh, I didn't see his halberd. You know, I think he'll get it eventually. Yeah, and all you gotta do is learn. Boss or sunrise? No, I'm definitely not pulling another all-nighter. So, King Andy, I imagine you just you tuned in for the Dark Souls stuff. I'm also a political streamer. Like 2 days ago when the war in Ukraine broke out, I ended up like pulling an all-nighter covering the war, so I'm pretty fucking blasted. I haven't... my sleep schedule's really scuffed right now. My brain's really scuffed too because of that. Oh, that's even better, yeah. I was here 3 hours ago and you were still on this boss. What's happening? No, 3 hours ago I was still talking about Ukraine. You're lying. I started playing 2 hours ago. Or like, yeah, I think I started playing one and a half, 2 hours ago. Oh, that's even better. Politics and Elden. Yeah, name a better combo, man. Oh, I forgot to follow up. Oh, never mind. That was not bad. I like the heavy attack. I think I need to do it more. But I'm not sure like when's the right opportunity to pull it off. Nice. Not nice. Nice. Wrong button. I could have attacked. So actually pressing interact. Would have been funny if I interacted with with one of the messages. Good dodge. Good dodge. Dodge. Ah, I should have rolled, comboed the rolls. Heal. Special attack. Big damage. Roll. Attack. Roll. Outrange him. Roll. Ah, greedy. Greedy. I thought I could land a heavy attack. I shouldn't have charged it that much. I could have hit it. Do the Kamihami attack, yeah. 3 hours, lol. You should do a blind speedrun versus Melon. Double the fails, triple the rage. Oh yeah, I was supposed to play with Melon. Fuck! We were actually supposed to, I was supposed to teach Valorant to Melon. But, just go Super Saiyan. Guess what Melon ain't coming, apparently. Skip this boss and come back to him when you get the horse. No. We are here to take down Horse Duder. I'm banned in many political channels for what some people may call an extreme view when it comes to gun political sphere. It's not extreme to me, but that's what an extreme person would say. I'm letting you know just in case you don't like that type of people here. I'm okay with talking with all sorts of people. We might not agree, but as long as we can talk, then you're welcome. She streamed yesterday, so we'll see her in a month or so. Oh. So what's your spicy gun take, King Andy? Are you like ultra Second Amendment? Or anti-Second Amendment? I don't even know which one's like the spicy one, honestly. Like ban all guns, or everyone should have like their personal nukes. I'm pretty sure both are extreme stances, honestly. I didn't dodge that one. It's fine. I misclicked. Alright. Come at me, bro. No! The half HP attack. I forgot about it. I'm fucking attacked too late. Do you have any other weapons or just the polearm? I have a sword. But the sword's gonna have less range, so I think it's better to use the polearm here. I'm just very pro Second Amendment. Okay. Yeah, then we definitely disagree. Like, I don't mind guns as like a hobby or hunting, etc., etc. I just really like when guns are regulated. But I do want to actually pick up guns as a hobby. So I live in France, where there's strong, like, arguably there's strong regulation and stuff. Well, it's actually pretty simple for me there's like a shooting range I want to go IRL stream in. And in fact, next week I'm going skiing with friends in the Alps, and I really want to sign up to a biathlon class. Which if you're not aware of what that is, it's gonna be skiing and then shooting. It's like the Winter Olympics sport. I'm so fucking stoked for that. Now keep in mind, I've never shot in my life, so I'll suck at it, but I think it'll be fun. Fuck. You're going to fuck a whole biathlon class? Fuck me, this guy wants the average person to have fucking grenades. Just have good stamina, easy. Are you gonna cook the horse meat if you kill it? Yes. No regulate guns, regulate the people, so triggered. Well, yeah, so in France, it's there's shooting ranges. You can privately own guns, only like nothing automatic. But so you need to have submit some paperwork and like show your criminal record. Not have any like psychological issues, which I honestly think it's reasonable. Oh, that was stupid. Oh, I don't know how I did not get hit by that. Ah, yeah, there you go. I deserve that. Oh, damn! He backed so fast after the horse thing. Shooting is easy as long as your breathing is under control. I'm gonna suck then. Biathlon seems really intense. Nice flask, yeah, I know. Are you gonna be able to stream while skiing? It depends on the signal there. I don't know how good the signal is gonna be. If the signal's good, I'm gonna stream like dank stuff. Except I'm not like a good skier, but it'll be nice in the mountains and everything. Remember the most important thing to safety, treat the gun as if it's always loaded. Yeah, I know that. And don't point at anything you're not going to destroy. Yeah, you're right to say that, obviously. It doesn't hurt to remind that. You're going with friends, so we get to see an orgy? No orgies. Overconfidence and complacency lead to disastrous situations. Yeah, I've seen enough like clips on YouTube of people doing dumb stuff to know that that is not. I do not want to repeat do the same mistakes. Oh, I was greedy. I dodged! Maybe a bit late. Why did I attack? I'm an idiot. that's the shield bash. No, I wasted my mana. The AoE of that attack really fucks me. Just invite Ginny TTV and she'll show you the ropes. Alright. I don't know what that refers to. The Lorax got a horse and axe, yes. And some things may go wrong even if you follow all the rules. I don't know how likely it is to have an overloaded or counterfeit cartridge in France, but it can always happen. Fortunately, you always have eyewear. Okay. I'll keep in mind. Yeah, I do know the basic, like, if the gun... Like, if the gun doesn't fire, for example, to treat it as if it can go off at, like, any single moment, right? Because you don't know what happened. Did the cartridge did, like, back of the bullet get hit or not? I wonder if I could... I should dodge like right after the attack. Oh, that was terrible. Why am I naked? Because I roll faster. Because I'm a high roller. Am I being conscripted? No. I'm talking about the ski trip next week. I want to sign up for a biathlon class. The biathlon is when you're... is the sport where you're skiing and then you have to stop and shoot at targets. And then you continue skiing to the next targets, and then you stop and shoot at targets. You've surely seen it in the Winter Olympics. Very cool. We're at in the French Alps. That depends on what malfunction you get. Most are going to be failure to feed or eject. Okay. That sounds cool. Yeah. Like, of all the Winter Olympics type sports, that's probably the one I've always been most stoked about. Except perhaps curling. Curling's fucking awesome. Oh no, he's chain attacks. It's okay. That didn't hit me somehow. And I dodged the wrong way. Practicing for the Finnish front, yeah. I still don't understand the rules for what, curling or biathlon. Are you going to get there if you don't have a car? My friends are going to drive. Curling. Curling's rules are actually pretty simple. All the curly, like all the stones that are in the middle of the target, give you points, and the team which has the most points wins. And that's it, pretty much. And you can bounce out. You can bounce enemy opponent stones out. You can put stones in front of yours to protect them so they can't get bounced out, etc., etc., etc. And then like, as you can imagine, it gets pretty tactical and everything. Ah, man. Bad attack. Yes! I didn't get hit by that. Oh my, but I get hit by that. Oh my god. I finally dodged the combo of the shoulder hit and then the vertical slash, and I get hit by the telegraphed fucking charge that I've been dodging all the time. Are you just going to be shooting .22 LR? Yeah, it's very likely going to be really light caliber because it's like a precision shooting sport. In precision shooting sports, you shoot like small calibers, right? At least that's what my understanding. I could be wrong. I'll make a few more attempts and then I'll tab and show you what I'm talking about. And maybe you guys will like recognize the guns or whatnot and can tell me what it is. Yes, these are either small calibers or air pellets. Yeah. I'm an idiot. Ah. I hit the deer. Oh dear. Rolled too early. Oh, I'm stuck against the tree. No more health. And I didn't roll. I've got a biathlon sling for my AUT-30 air rifle, but I don't want to crash with the rifle strapped to me. So I've never gone skiing with it. I see. I just don't think regulating firearms works, and even if it does, I don't think you should. Look, I was born in the US, but most of my life I've lived in Europe, and it's not an issue in Europe. So I don't really buy those arguments. I live in societies where like people can get into arguments, and no one's afraid that someone actually has a gun strapped to their waist. The police can arrest people without having to assume that everyone has a gun, which I think is part of the a large part of the police brutality issue in the US. Like you're obviously going to treat people differently if you have to assume that they might have a gun or not. Ah, that was back. Oh no, bad potion. Oh, this is gonna hit? Yeah, it hit. Sorry, I'm focusing. Nice. Ah, it missed. It's okay. Nice! Dodged the combo. Dodge the shield bash. Good. That was an attack I hadn't seen yet. I would say I got lucky with that one. Replenish mana. Switch back to health flask. Okay. We're ready. Come at me. Nice! Half HP. No! I think as long as your military is armed or police forces are armed, you should have the ability to be armed, and the nature of the military is to be armed. I'm okay with giving away the monopoly of violence to the government, personally. I'd rather have the freedom from other people, from other people irresponsibly having guns, than having the freedom to irresponsibly have guns. If you see what I mean. I'm framing this in the, like, because we're talking about freedoms, right? I'm framing it in the, like, there's a difference between freedom to and freedom from. And, like, in general, the US approach is freedom to have those guns, compared to many other countries. But many other countries choose the freedom from approach. Protecting people from things is also a form of freedom. Oh, bad. What about strap-ons? What are you talking about? So there's arguments for both, and I understand that you want to be in a society that takes one approach over another. But all I can say is I live in a society with an approach that I think that me personally makes me feel safer and freer. You were talking about strapping earlier? What? Also, counter-argument time. The reason that people who circumvent the laws by manufacturing their own firearms, like the Lutigun or an FGC-9, don't cause issues is because they're not breaking the laws to hurt people. They're breaking the law to have their own gun and have the freedom to have one. You're talking about the 3D printed guns, or like people making their own guns. But yeah, well, the thing is, when you're talking about that, first off, you're talking about like actual hobbyists. No one's gonna bother that. Criminals are gonna find guns in the... Oh fuck. God, it's not easy debating while playing Elden Ring, okay? You'll have to bear with me. Missed. Oh, rolled too early. Yeah, so like I'm saying, the people who actually are going to 3D print guns or like build their own guns, we're obviously talking about hobbyists and people who are passionate about it. They're gonna have a much more responsible and well, in their own way, like you could even say non-violent approach to the whole thing. I don't know if that's that good of an example if we're discussing what are the consequences for society to having everyone be armed. Like, there's always going to be people who handle it well and people who handle it poorly. But maybe I misunderstood what you're talking about as well. I actually might not have understand correctly. Yes, good. No, bad dodge. You live in a society, yes. Poor horse, dude, yeah. Oh, you said something about this. Oh, when I was talking about guns biathlon. Yeah, because you have a gun strapped to your back. Maybe that's what we were talking about. I don't know. Someone tell me if Dude Man is still dying to the same boss from 6 hours ago? Yes. We live in a society. The Luti gun is a full metal open bolt machine gun invented by P.A. Luti. Have to bear with me for... No! Oh my god, I landed so many hits there. Insane. Is this it? Is this gonna be the urn? Fuck, why do I keep trying heavy attacks and charging them fully? I'm such an idiot. That actually could have worked as a heavy attack. When the horse does his raised legs attack, I can't do the heavy attack, but I need to do it earlier and just not greed on charging it up. But that will work. You shouldn't have to worry about law-abiding citizens having guns. You should worry about criminals and people with criminal intent having guns. Well, yes and no, because then you can also talk about the fact that guns cause suicide to be a much bigger issue in society. Like statistically, the guns are much more dangerous for their owners than for anyone else, really. At the end of the day, like people who are against guns, they talk a lot about the issues of like school shootings, etc. But statistically, if we were talking about death, the issue is, at least in numbers, the issue is going to be suicide. Fuck me. I'm not doing heavy attacks anymore. Fuck it. Ow. Ah! Can you cosplay as your character on stream? I wish. Best rush is firing an automatic 40mm gun. Never tried it. Guns have nothing to the superiority of pole arms, true. Nice no-hit speedrun practice, yeah. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, and the other issue with guns. So I imagine you have a take on the Rittenhouse event as well. So like the Rittenhouse case, considering gun laws in the U.S., it was clearly self-defense. And like anyone who's followed the arguments and the case has to concede that. Okay. That was a bit problematic. However, I don't want to live in a society bad roll. I'm dead. I don't want to live in a society where people are bringing guns to open carry them in protests, and that's not considered escalation and threat. Now, obviously, that's kind of more specific to open carry, and that's also specific to protests and volatile situations. Being a doctor is dangerous. This may or may not be me. I'll check that out after. Oh, like I said, I don't mind guns. I just want guns to be... There are tools, and tools, especially dangerous ones, should be only used and available in the appropriate situations. Nice dodge. Bad hit. Why didn't I dodge right away? That being said, I see you're you're pretty busy debating sine wave on this, so I don't know if what I'm saying is adding anything to your guys' convo. Ah, bad dodge. Fine, I didn't dodge. Oh, I thought I died there. Dodged way too early. Guns and race cars are very different. Oh, your guys are talking about cars. I can't fight tyranny without race car. If your real concern is the tyranny stuff, then shouldn't you have? Then there's a pretty simple compromise. I've seen it mentioned in like pro Second Amendment socialist circles. I forgot the exact name for it, but basically the idea is for local communities to have gun depots for the citizens, and so rather than everyone individually having a gun, you have the guns stored safely, but available to the citizens, so that if there is need for the citizens to rise up against tyranny, they can go to the depot and access their guns, and then they are armed citizens ready to depose a tyrannical government. So you can still have gun safety, and have this hypothetical scenario of allowing your population to become insurgents against the tyranny. I don't, but then you have all the guns in one spot, and the government can target them easily. Yeah, but if they start doing that, I mean, government-regulated guns to fight the government. I'm not talking about government regulation. The idea generally is for local communities to control them, basically. You can have non-government groups handling that, right? Also, honestly, I'm saying that to like try to argue within that premise, but I don't buy the whole tyranny thing. Oh, dodged way too early. Okay. Oh, I thought I was gonna hit. Killing a child at the zoo? What are you talking about? Alright, let me check out your video. The argument that I couldn't have foreseen what we have today is ridiculous, as repeating rifles existed back then and were considered for the United States military, but were too expensive. I agree. We should all have personal nukes, honestly. Mutually assured destruction for every single person, and finally society will be at peace.
They've just been given the order to fully load. So if they're going to fire, they're going to fire in the next 10
Bofors EL-70 shoot.
Auto set. 8, 7, 6,
I'm shooting!
5,
I want a tank, a nuke, and a free girlfriend. Damn. Scroll up and click clip. Okay. Oh, I have to scroll pretty far up for your clip, don't I? Wait, no, I missed it. Oh, you need to repost it, Kartoffelkopf. I don't see it. Deaths for you. Oh no. Oh, never mind. I found it. I found the clip. I'm gonna. In fact, next week I'm gonna. I'm going skiing with friends in the Alps, and I really want to sign up to a biathlon class. In fact, I really want to sign up to Hells yeah. I don't think we should have nukes, but I don't think anyone should have nukes. Well, Ukraine's wishing they had nukes, or they hadn't given away their nukes. No, I'm just saying that I'm just saying that from that to like exaggerate the whole Well, it doesn't matter that they couldn't have foreseen what we have today. I'm saying that specifically towards the fact that the lethality of tools available to us is only going to go up with technological progress. That's like a fundamental truth. Technological progress increases our power over the material reality, and that power over material reality is going to manifest in ways to express lethality against other people. So, as technology progresses, we will have more and more lethal and dangerous ways of interacting with each other. Ergo, saying that everyone should have access to whichever lethal means are available, it does not have the same meaning across time. That argument still stands. Just because they had repeater rifles when they wrote the Constitution doesn't mean that that you cannot point that out. I'm not saying any lethal means. I'm saying firearms. That's what the Second Amendment says. Yeah, but well, it's complicated. If you start completely deregulating that, you could have some crazy ass firearms too. Fundamentally, all that means is a weapon that projects a kinetic throws a kinetic projectile based on an explosion. It says arms, not firearms. Yeah, okay. I living in France, I don't learn the Constitution, or so didn't even know about the wording there. Okay, a couple more attempts, and I'm gonna go to sleep. It's fucking 4 a.m. here. Wait, this is the wrong. There we go. I'm blasted. Are air rifles firearms? Well, they don't fire. I mean, there's no explosion in them. But it ends up being a weird semantical discussion. I'm not a big fan of getting lost in semantics in general, honestly. Anyways, I gave my stance earlier. Anyways, I think society's safer and better with certain regulations in place. Oh, come on. How did you miss that? Nice. Dodge. Oh, come on. Okay, this time hit him with full attack. Nice, good dodge. Good dodge. Oh my god. Get in. Bad dodge. Or more like no dodge. I killed the fucking animal. Brutal. Nice. No! Got greedy. Didn't realize you could chain those two attacks. Damn, y'all are having fun with that Second Amendment debate. I'm here trying to save the Elden Ring. There are no guns in this world. There are only horsemen and a halberd. That is all that exists in the objective reality. Is it an Elden cock ring? Yeah. Man! Like, I'm down to try out weird stuff. Oh, I don't know about cock rings. That's one of those things I think I'm never gonna try in my life. It just does not seem... Fuck, I had the wrong flask. It does not seem like it's gonna be any fun. Oh, bad. Bad. Oh, rolled too early. You know what's easier than making a gun? Making a literal pipe bomb. And you know that if you start buying the products to make pipe bombs, you're gonna get the FBI knocking on your door? You don't like cock rings, but are you an advocate of cock and ball torture? Well, no. No, but you are an advocate of cock and ball. I'm not. I'm for the memes, yes, but in reality, no. Oh, look, the penis is a pretty sensitive organ. You can't... You can't be doing violent stuff to my penis. Maybe someone else's penis is down for that, but not mine. Oh, come on, you combo that? I'm dead. Nope. What a waste of an attack. No! Wow, he doesn't even advocate for CBT. Moscow has been given the green light to deploy nuclear arms in Belarus. What? Oh shit, I think we're going back to Ukraine coverage. I want... Okay. You know what? I'm double checking that. And then, what the fuck? I should just Alt F4, really. Okay. What's up with this? Macron claims Moscow may be able to deploy nuclear arms in Belarus. Oh, fuck. Oh, never mind. 4 hours later, I thought I cut you off. Wait, what are we talking about, Sign? Let me just go over what happened. Apparently, something happened. So someone mentioned in the other chat something about nuclear weapons. French President Emmanuel Macron urged Belarus on Saturday to demand Russia withdraw troops from its soil immediately, according to a statement from his office. Macron pressed President Lukashenko in a telephone call to make the request as quickly as possible because war is waging a unilateral and unjust war. The French president reminded Lukashenko of the deep brotherhood between the Belarusian and Ukrainian peoples, which should make Belarus refuse to be Russia's vassal and de facto accomplice in the war against Ukraine. A bit late for that, but sure. He emphasized the need for Minsk to cooperate with the international community to carry out relief operations and to help Ukrainians. Russian President Vladimir Putin assured Macron that troops stationed in Belarus are as part of a military drill would depart at the end of an exercise. Yeah. Since the launch of a Russian military operation earlier this week, Ukrainian authorities have claimed the country is facing an artillery attack and Russian troops are entering the country along its northern border with Belarus. That is what's happening. It's not just a claim. France threatened earlier to impose sanctions against Belarus for aiding Moscow's military operations in Kyiv. The statement did not mention any reprisal against Minsk. A readout of the call from Belarus's side, detailed in the state-owned news agency Belta, made no mention of a withdrawal of Russian troops. It said the two heads of state discussed the Russian-Ukraine conflict and Belarus's role in Europe for more than an hour. Regarding Minsk authorizing Russia to deploy nuclear weapons on Belarusian soil, raised by Macron, the Belta report said Lukashenko noted it as fake news. If the Belarusian nation is not being strangled, then conventional weapons and nuclear weapons are out of the question, he said. So Belarus is calling it fake news. Where does Macron talk about it? The Times of Israel. Macron claims Moscow has been given the green light to deploy nuclear arms in Belarus. Nuclear arms, Belarus. Do you have other sources? Euronews. Belarus ready to host with AFP. Okay. Ready to host nuclear weapons in case of Western threats, says Lukashenko. President Lukashenko says his country would be ready to host nuclear weapons if threatened by the West. Also said that Minsk could deploy super-nuclear weapons if their rivals and opponents took foolish, unreasonable steps. Tensions between Russia, an ally of Belarus, and NATO have reached unprecedented levels over troop movements near Ukraine. Lukashenko visited an Ozipovsky nuclear weapons storage site on Thursday as part of joint Russian-Belarusian military drills. If necessary, we will deploy not only nuclear weapons, but also super-nuclear weapons, whatever the fuck that is, in order to defend our territory. If there are no threats from unfriendly countries to Belarus, there would be no need for nuclear weapons here for 100 years. After the breakup of the USSR, Belarus gave up the nuclear weapons deployed on its territory under US pressure. The weapons were returned to Russia, and the Belarusian constitution then declared that the country would remain a nuclear-free zone. But the country is set to vote in a referendum later this month on a constitutional amendment proposed by Lukashenko, which could allow the deployment of Russian nuclear weapons in Belarus. Lukashenko is also expected in Russia on Friday for talks with his counterpart and ally Vladimir Putin. Okay. So basically what's happening here is they are not deploying nuclear weapons. Just read the article. They are not being deployed or green-lighted. Belarus is running a referendum to amend the constitution to allow them, though. There you go. Fuck me, stop with the nukes. Yeah, this would be really terrible. I know, it's a return to the Cold War, basically. This is literal Cold War, politics, or geopolitics. Putting nukes here, putting nukes there. Like, Russia puts nukes in Belarus, then what? Then the US puts nukes in Germany. France puts nukes in I don't know, Greece. God damn it. I was thinking about how it's a bit weird that Russia gets hit with the sanctions but not Belarus. Though to be fair, considering what I think is the actual goal of the sanctions, I don't think I guess it makes sense, because in my opinion the goal of the sanctions is to make it impossible for Russia to finance its army. So it doesn't really matter if Belarus is hit by the sanctions or not. Yeah. Anyways, it's getting really fucking late here. I'm gonna go to sleep. I think I'll take a break tomorrow. I'm a bit burnt out. Unless there is some, I guess, Belarus stuff. I don't know. Belarus, Ukraine, I mean. Yeah, I'm gonna just sleep. Alright, thank you for watching. Appreciate y'all, everyone. Love you. See you. Bye-bye. Probably on Monday.